NBC's Meet the Press, Selma Blair discussed the unbearable pain that she experienced prior to being diagnosed with multiple sclerosis in 2018.
Jeez.
The Cruel Intentions actor also shared that a doctor once told her she needed to get a boyfriend.
Oh, that would take care of everything?
Yeah, when she sought help for the
You
pain.
need to get some.
Yeah, so after that experience, Blair had told Kristen Welker she just cried. She said, I had no capability to process. What am I supposed to do with this information? I knew the pain was real. I thought it was, but I did start to convince myself you're overly sensitive. There's nothing wrong with you. Get it together, you lazy whatever.
Yeah, hop on the high hairy one. That'll take care of it.
Right. She said that she has so much medical trauma as a result of experiences like these. She said it was a gender bias, a lot of it, because there would be a boy in my grade that would go in for the exact same chronic headache and fever, and he's in surgery and an MRI within a week. She said, I was never given an MRI, even though I always had headaches and fevers and balance problems. But they just said, just dramatic, she said. So it sounds like she was just not meeting the right doctor.
No,
so that can be a big thing. You know, if you have doctors, there can be doctors that blow you off.
We can speak anecdotally. When you have the right doctor in your life, it makes a massive difference.
Well, and it's like when people, and I don't think that it's, I mean, listen, sometimes I'm sure doctors do blow you off, but like sometimes doctors think that it is that, that it's.
You need to get laid.
Maybe you just need a boyfriend, sweetheart. But it's so frustrating when they're not listening to you, or somebody doesn't believe you, or they think maybe, oh no, it's just, maybe it's a little psychological and it's, it's not actually pain.
Yeah.
It can be really frustrating for the person.
Take two Ds and call me in the morning.
Go get yourself.
Kiki Palmer spoke about how fame affected her as a child on the most recent episode of her podcast, Baby, This is Kiki Palmer. The Nope actor was 11 years old when she started her breakout role of Akilah Anderson and Akilah and the Bee. And she said, no one could relate to me, not my siblings, not even my parents. Anytime a dynamic is shifted like that, it can get highly toxic because no one knows how to deal with the trauma of being a celebrity or having a celebrity child. Palmer then related this experience to a relationship she had later in life. She said, but then I reached that reenactment, and the reenactment is, here it is again, someone doesn't see me. I put myself in an intimate scenario with someone where they don't see me, they didn't see me. And this comes after she filed for a domestic violence restraining order against her ex-boyfriend, Darius Jackson, and was granted temporary custody of their 9-month-old baby. So she's gone through a bunch.
I forget who I was just watching in an interview where they were talking about celebrity early. And how, and it does seem kind of frivolous to civilians, who are like, oh, you got what you want. But it is an alternate world you're living in.
Especially,
so, you know what I'm saying?
Especially if you become really famous.
Right,
last night, me and Caroline we watched all of the Harry Potter series over the last few days.
Right.
And so we watched the 20th anniversary, which was just wonderful.
Love
you guys all saw that. But it goes through them as at some point being smothered by the fans and not having a legit, fairly quote-unquote normal childhood because of that.
So there's early footage, and I watched the documentary about Daniel Radcliffe's stunt double, who was crippled in the last movie. But there's footage of Daniel Radcliffe in interviews talking about, I'm just part of a cast. I'm just part of a cast. Like, he was told, I don't know who his overseers were, but they made him keep centering himself so that it didn't overwhelm him. And even still, he admits at one point it did.
Yeah, it would be a lot for a kid to take on. Jada Pinkett Smith spoke about the future of her relationship with Will Smith on Tuesday's episode of the Drew Barrymore Show, and this comes after she revealed that the pair had been secretly separated since 2016. Of course, she said, I feel like maybe you're and his, this is Drew saying, you're in his shadow separated in a way in this book, whether they stay together forever or not.
Is that correct?
She's talking about Jada's memoir, which is called Worthy. She said, it sounds like you're staying together forever. And Jada replied saying, we're staying together forever.
What did you say?
She seems to refer to their time apart and added, I tried, we tried.
Were you just doing Jiminy Glick?
No, it actually just sounded a bit like.
Oh, I thought you were.
Drew has the lift. But it did sound Jiminy Glickish. Thank you.
Yes.
I will take that as a compliment.
Yeah. Well done.
Thank you.
So they tried.
I was doing Jiminy Glick.
Nicely done, Steve.
They tried to be apart, and apparently they can't. So they are together forever, according to
together forever, apart.
Yes.
Okay. All right.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, Sylvester Stallone will be outside the Philadelphia Museum of Art for the grand opening of the new Rocky Shop.
Yeah!
And to declare December 3rd Rocky Day in the city this weekend.
I know you like me much neither, but I like me much never. Thank you.
Excuse me?
Forget it.
All right. Rocky himself will be at the event at 11 a.m. on Sunday at the Parkway Visitor Center, which sits adjacent to Aikens Oval near the museum.
Knock, knock.
Who's there?
Someone's at the door.
Oh. The grand opening event, hosted by the Visitor Center in partnership with Visit Philadelphia and the Philadelphia Museum of Art, will feature a resolution from the city of Philadelphia declaring December 3rd Rocky Day in Philadelphia.
Yo, Rock, knock, knock.
Who's there?
Yoda lady.
Yoda lady who? It's like in Switzerland. I got it. Actually, you know, I used to teach in Switzerland.
No.
That is a fun fact. At an all-girls school. Look it up, Nick.
All right.
He knows my name.
The event commemorates the 47th anniversary of the original
I
premiere
taught biz ed.
of Rocky in 1976. So I guess that came out in December of 1976. It was a
Preston, I love this city. From the Empire State Building to the Louvre. I love Philadelphia.
balloon.
It's been a while since I've been back.
Stallone said, "This day is an amazing day for me and the people who have taken in Rocky into their hearts. When I come to Philly and I stand on..." Oh, you're doing the interpretation. When I come to Philly and stand on the steps, it touches my soul.
I can see my house!
Like it did when I was a child. This is a very special place and a very special city. Believe me, there's no other place like it in the world. By the way, when you watch the original movie and they show that shot of him down the parkway.
Oh, my God.
It looks empty.
Empty.
Man.
Yeah.
Like
I love that.
None of the big buildings are there.
It's so wild.
It's pretty cool to see.
He turns around, you see that. Have you ever been by the actual where the gym was and all that stuff?
No, in South Philly.
I was right around the corner. I didn't realize it. And someone said, you were just right by it. And I'm like, oh, my God, I should just drop by because it's such a great movie.
They do tours. I need to take a tour sometime.
I did that Light the Night Walk for LLS a few weeks ago, and it was at the Art Museum steps. And there was, as always, a line at the Rocky statue. And what I didn't know, and where this Rocky shop is now, they have two people working the statue at all times because of all the people that want to come up and get their pictures. And it was really cool. It was like a great representation of Philadelphia. People were like, all right, let me take this shot of you. And, you know, you can do the running up the steps and whatever. It was really cool to see that many people lining up, but also to see the Art Museum and the Tourism Bureau welcoming people in the Philadelphia.
Listen, let's face it. He might as well be Ben Franklin.
Totally.
He is as much a part of the history of Philadelphia.
Yeah.
By the way, Nick, just checking in. Did you do?
Yes.
All right. And was that correct?
It was at the American College of Switzerland.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Excellent. Fun fact.
Thank you.
The Rocky shop offers an assortment of licensed merchandise from the Sly Stallone shop, including the iconic replicas of costumes from the series. Rocky
Leather-bound script of Cobra?
No, there's none of that. Rocky Philadelphia T-shirts, Rocky hats, and additional souvenir items such as collectibles and photo frames.
I can't believe this is actually going in there.
Select items will be available for visitors attending the grand opening event at a satellite Rocky shop
Hey,
location.
look, this hat says I'm number one, but we spelled one with the number.
They'll have another location at the Oval on the Oval.
You spelled it with a number?
Yeah.
How can
Isn't
you
that great?
How can you spell with a number?
It's this thing. It's a stick.
In addition to supporting the establishment of the Parkway Visitor Center outpost with a $100,000 personal contribution, Sly will donate his portion of proceeds earned from the merchandise sales at the Rocky shop to support the restoration of the Philadelphia Museum of Art's East Terrace and the famous Rocky Steps.
Kath, do you think it's tacky or something, or?
A little. Yes, I do. A little bit. I just can't believe that that's going in.
Compared to the actual, legendary artworks that are in the art museum, is that what you mean?
I would posit that
it doesn't match.
Rocky,
It doesn't.
Rocky is a work of art, certainly pop culture art. It's firmly part of the fabric of Philadelphia. When you mention Philadelphia,
Yeah.
Everyone says
Rocky,
that.
right?
But honestly, I agree, because looking at it, it's just like this container box in
They
front
need
of
to
the
make
art
it
museum.
better, you think?
You don't think that
I didn't see it.
the art museum itself doesn't have that tiny little bit of square footage that they can just put it in there? I mean, because
like a fixed.
It's kind of like a barnacle outside of the.
I don't think they want it inside of their,
I know.
inside of their building, Casey.
What, you think you're better than me? You think you're better than me with your art pictures and your armaments? Let's not forget that. That's not hard.
I don't sweat you.
I don't sweat you.
And then what Paulie always said, I don't sweat you.
Right.
Yeah.
Listen, there's a shop inside St. Patrick's Cathedral in New York City.
Rocky shop?
No, but a gift shop. Wouldn't that be funny?
It's an honor being next to Jesus. I'm very flattered. And of course, as you know, Jesus never had any daughters
No daughters?
or sons.
I didn't.
That's me. What do you want to hear?
Oh, can you play Whiter Shade of Pale? That sounds great on the organ.
A trip to light fandango.
I would love to hear that right now.
Sing along if you know it.
Wow, you're good.
Blast from the past. Remember losing my virginity in the back of a Swiss car. Where I taught Jim, right, Nick?
Yes,
Thank
fun fact.
you.
A Yugo. Didn't the Swiss make the Yugo?
You go, we go. It's all the thing.
Yugoslavia did, but whatever.
Oh, no, I'm thinking of the wrong car. Sorry.
Swiss go.
Yeah, Swissco.
The Swissco.
We strip the light fandango. I don't really know the lyrics.
Okay. Marissa, you wanted to add to the conversation?
I mean, I drive by this almost every day, and I'm kind of on Kathy's side, but this container has been there for probably like 2 years.
Oh.
So I'm glad that something permanent is going there, and there have been some changes at the art museum, and I hope that they are able to then take all of these tourists and get them into the museum.
Okay,
Because I think that's the hardest part is they're like, everybody comes to the statue and then leaves. So now if there's something there permanently,
Put it
maybe
in
when
the-
they look it up, they'll say, oh, and we can also go to this museum while we're there.
So I see your argument, and Kathy, I see your argument as well. I think this would warrant, and I don't think it sullies the art museum to put a more fixed Rocky tribute, a little kiosk or whatever you have there, whatever you would call this, and make it more in line with the museum itself.
But it is a lot of places have the like this, like even I know you
Yeah.
were mentioning a few, but like outside of the Vatican, like if once you step outside of Vatican City, like that's all it is. It's all
Really?
that
Like
stuff.
that?
Yes, yes.
A lot of Rocky stuff.
No. A lot of Pope stuff.
Is it just taking a walk outside the Vatican? What the hell is it all the Rocky stuff?
Marissa, by comparison, how much bigger is the new place compared to the trailer that's been there for a while?
It is the trailer that's been there for a while. So it's
Same
like
thing.
this kind of empty container. And I guess another positive is that the city is grabbing control of this organic
Yes.
thing that started. So the line for the Rocky statue gets like Liberty Bell size.
Yeah.
Like it is that long. So, and it was getting a little hairy for a while. Like people were kind of scamming other people, and they were walking up and saying, I'll take your photo for you.
Oh.
And then they wouldn't give the camera back
Right.
until people gave them money
Oh,
and
wow.
things like that. So now if there
Can't
are
do that.
No.
city employees there kind of controlling it, that might help a little bit
And
as well.
that's what I saw. These people, they were organizing the line, taking photos, and doing it properly for especially for tourists.
Just as long as they keep it cool looking, like and it
Yeah.
doesn't to look over cheesy.
Yeah. So you're right. So they're taking advantage of what was already happening organically anyway. So this is just.
Welcome to St. Patrick's Cathedral. Who'd like to hear a little Spencer Davis group?
You're still there?
Give me some love it.
All right.
All right. Yeah. Let's see. That's got a great keyboard part to it, right?
Where do you hear this?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Hang on a second. All right. Let's turn on your organ here.
All right, yeah,
And
take it on.
1, 2, 3.
That's Mickey on the bass.
Yeah.
Step back. It's coming. Get ready.
1, 2, ready, yeah.
I'm better than you.
That's right. It stinks.
Get those hands clapping, everybody. This one's for Jesus.
Okay. All right. So there's going to be a Rocky shop. And Sly is in town on Saturday.
Well, of course, again, we will say it over and over again. That is our dream interview. We
Yeah.
adore Stallone.
Yeah. We
I mean,
spoke to him several years
Yeah.
ago, but it was over the phone.
in the studio. We'll,
Would love
we'll
to sit
provide
down with him.
bagels.
We'll let him know that Frank's an old buddy of ours.
Yes.
Frank Stallone. Been by many times. We'll offer up some food.
Yes.
All right.
It stinks.
All right, this is the one I was excited. I was excited to tell you that one, but this one I'm really excited about. I saw this yesterday. Rob Reiner is ready to turn it up to 11 again. The writer-director revealed that he will revisit one of his most iconic projects when he gets the band back together next year for a sequel to the legendary rock mockumentary. This is Spinal Tap. And, this is either going to be one of two things. Either going to be great or it's going to be like, oh, no. But he's stacking the deck. Okay, of course, the 1984 beloved film is going to begin filming in February with original stars and writers Christopher Guest, Michael McKean, and Harry Shearer reprising their roles as the hapless metal band who once lost a drummer in a bizarre gardening accident.
Yeah, so good.
Reiner says he will revisit his role as documentarian Marty DeBurgi. And he said, we're making a sequel. Everybody's back. Like the original, which featured cameos from Ed Begley Jr., Fran Drescher, Dana Carvey, Billy Crystal, Angelica Houston, and Fred Willard. The reboot will feature some even heavier hitters making cameos, including Paul McCartney,
right,
Elton John, Garth Brooks, and a few other surprises. So they are stacking the deck with some big names.
So I agree with you 100%. I'm simultaneously thrilled and mortified.
Well, like you saw the Blues Brothers 2000, and they loaded that up with superstars. And
well, they even did a Spinal Tap. It wasn't like this. It wasn't an official sequel, but you remember they did a Spinal Tap TV show?
I don't remember
an episode or like a special, and it was a reunion.
Okay.
And it was okay. There was magic of the first one.
Yep.
Something in my... If they could get a little bit of like the Lonely Island guy action too, to be a little bit more, they're great at what they do. If they do what they do and keep that tone, it'll be terrific.
Is this Stonehenge?
Yeah.
This is so. I mean, I was gasping for air laughing so hard. I mean, this movie, I drove home laughing after Spinal Tap.
When he couldn't get out of the pod on stage until the very end of the song.
The blowtorch.
Oh, this is the best. All right, in an interview with Deadline last year, Reiner hinted at the direction of the sequel, and at the time he had said the second tap would follow the band after a long break. He said they've played Albert Hall, they've played Wembley Stadium, all over the country and in Europe. They haven't spent any time together recently, and that became the premise. The idea was that Ian Faith, who was their manager, had passed away, and reality actor Tony Hendra passed away. Ian's widow inherited a contract that said Spinal Tap owed them one more concert. She was basically going to sue them if they didn't. All these years and a lot of bad blood, he said, we'll get into, and they're thrown back together and forced to deal with each other and play this concert.
Okay,
So,
I like that.
Pretty good concept.
Tony Hendra, by the way, was one of the mainstays over the National Lampoon. He was one of my favorites. He was so great as that put upon manager.
Yeah.
And when the girlfriend takes over and then he reclaims his position, it's terrific.
Yep. So I thought that was pretty cool to see.
Yeah. Doubly?
I have high hopes for it. I mean, Rob Reiner is a wonderful director, and with all of those guys on board, especially Christopher Guest as the creative input, it's got potential.
One of my biggest and favorite laughs in the movie comes early on. It's a subtle thing where Rob Reiner is saying, it's a one-word review. S sandwich. Yeah. And they sort of break up a little bit, even as themselves, but it works.
Well, the name of the album was Shark Sandwich.
Right, yeah.
And then it was S Sandwich was the review.
It's John Brazier's favorite movie of all time, and John got to escort Rob Reiner to a Phillies game. Reiner's a huge baseball fan. He's a big Dodgers fan, and so John got to geek out with Rob Reiner for a bit, which is I'm jealous of. It's really cool.
I told you guys the first time I saw it, and then we'll move on to another story here in just a second. But the first time I saw it, it was at my grandparents' anniversary. They were having an event somewhere, and a TV was on in a room, and I was bored, and I went over there and I sat down. I was just a kid, and I'm watching this thing, and I'm like, I couldn't tell if it was real or not. I had no idea what I was watching, and I'm like, I was intrigued and confused at the same time. And it eventually became one of my all-time favorite movies.
Well, as the legend goes, and this is the fact, Rob Reiner's confirmed this, what they would do is they would have the band go in after a concert of a local rock band at certain venues, and the audience many times was not aware that this was a filming of a mockumentary.
They would also do another thing when Spinal Tap toured. The opening band would be the Folksmen. the same three guys, dressed totally different and playing folk music, and the crowd would savage them, absolutely destroy them, and then they would come back out and play another set as Spinal Tap, and nobody knew.
I love that. I love that.
Just brilliant.
I've never seen the movie.
You've never seen Spinal Tap?
No.
Wow.
God, Casey, it is. It is.
Do you think Casey would like it?
I don't know if it's pretty dated.
Yeah.
Maybe. I mean, did you like Best in Show? Did you like those
all the
documentaries?
other stuff I've seen.
It's in that ilk. It's that type of improv, you know. So
well, there's so many things that are
known as.
also been come to know. Right. It's so rock centric. I mean, the fact that they even do a riff on the Jimmy Page would use a bow. To play the guitar.
Yeah.
And so they have him using a violin to play the guitar.
Yeah. All right. Anyhow, we one more story, one more quick one, and then we'll go move on to the clips. All right. Die Hard is returning to theaters before Christmas. AMC has announced this. The action film directed by John McTiernan and, of course, starring Bruce Willis is an unusual holiday feature that deserves the reruns. And, of course, the movie has become known as kind of a holiday movie. It takes place during the Christmas holiday, and there's always a debate whether it's a Christmas movie or
I think
not.
that debate this year, judging by the sort of paraphernalia I'm seeing available for purchase, is indicating that it has now made the leap. Because, Preston, one of my favorite things is a Nakatomi Advent calendar.
I just saw that the other day.
It's just brilliant.
It's great.
Yeah.
And that you can get Nakatomi shirts and stuff like that have to do with Christmas. So the movie, of course, has great performances, and over the years, it has become synonymous with plots that see a protagonist overcoming overwhelming odds in a restricted environment. When it came out in 1988, it grossed approximately $140 million against the $28 million budget. And what I didn't know is that it had 4 Oscar nominations.
Yeah.
I was not aware of that.
I'll tell you this, again, I say that movie sort of quasi-saved my life. I was doing stand-up comedy. I was in upstate New York. And there was nothing to do. I was working at 2 colleges there, and it was just like a horrible hotel. But there was a multiplex around the corner, and the 2 movies I saw there were Die Hard, Preston, and Phantasm.
Wow.
Yeah.
Phantasm.
Yeah.
Dude, I just saw the other day there are Phantasm Sentinel ornaments.
Oh,
that you can get.
with the knife
the
sticking
3
out.
prongs out of the ball.
Yeah,
That's perfect for that. So I thought you would appreciate that.
yeah, absolutely.
All right, let's do clips, gang. Saltburn is about a student who is invited to an eccentric classmate's estate for an exciting summer. And here, actor Barry Keoghan talks about what it was like to co-star with Jacob Elordi. Here we go.
You know, he matches your energy. You know, he lets you take the lead and then comes back and, you know, it's not the same thing over and over again, which I admire because then it allows me to, you know, react to what I'm seeing and what's in front of me.
Shut the f*** up!
By the way, I've been saying this guy's name for weeks now, Jacob Elordi. Am I saying that correctly?
I don't know.
Elordi. He was in Priscilla, right?
Yeah, he played Elvis in Priscilla.
But that Barry Keoghan is also part of the Marvel Universe. He was in the Eternals as well. And then
He played
was also he did not play Elvis. He played Rocky.
We got some space race coming out of my butt.
But then he was also in now you
You threw him off.
You threw me off. The
forgot
Colin Farrell movie with the other guy in Ireland.
Oh, Banshees of Inisherin.
Yeah, Inisherin. And he was. I don't know if he won. He was nominated for an Oscar for that one as well.
Oh, okay. Oh, yes. You're exactly right. I know this guy. He has sort of a gooberish kind of face.
Yeah.
Steve, you just gave me a great idea.
What?
There needs to be a superhero movie with legendary dead rock stars.
Yeah.
As the with superpowers, Elvis, John Lennon.
Right.
A whole bunch of them. That's a great idea.
Let's do it. Let's work on it.
Yeah, we'll work on that. Saltburn is out in theaters now, by the way. Here is the next clip. Dream Scenario is a film about a hapless family man who finds his life turned upside down when millions of strangers suddenly start seeing him in their dreams. In this clip, Nicolas Cage discusses his passion for the movie.
I like movies that are...
I like movies where people eat sand.
That is so Nick. I like
movies.
The first actor that I thought of when you mentioned the superhero movies was Nick Cage.
Okay.
And then he's in this clip, and I'm like, Nick Cage could be in your Marvel superhero movies about Elvis.
Nick, by the way, great work on confirming Stallone in Switzerland.
All right, here it is again.
I like movies that are original, that have that feeling of brand newness to them. I like movies that aren't afraid to tell a different kind of story. You know, I said there are only 5 scripts where in 45 years of doing this, where I felt I have to make that movie. And those scripts are Leaving Las Vegas, Vampire's Kiss, Adaptation, Bringing Out the Dead, and Dream Scenario.
You can watch Dream Scenario in theaters now, by the way.
I like jam and toast. I like Grey Poupon. I like the laughter of a child.
I like bread and butter.
I like bread and butter. I like bounce houses. They're a lot of fun. He is. I love him. I love Nick Cage. Yeah.
Nick, you don't know that song, Sunbeam Bread? I like bread and butter.
I like it all. I like Thomas's English muffins. I like both the nooks and the crannies.
Dude, I could listen to Nick Cage making a list of things he likes all day long.
Preston, have you seen?
I like the soft scruff of a puppy.
Oh, my God, don't.
I like that.
Have you seen The Unbearable Weight of Massive Talent?
I've not.
It's so up your alley.
All
Him and
right.
Pedro
Nick, can I
Pascal.
talk to you for a second?
Okay.
I like the smell of freshly cut grass.
It's nice. It's
right.
pleasant.
I have to watch it. All right, our guest has arrived. We got to take a break.
All right.
We have to take a break. I'll remind you, we do have a secret text word, though. Make sure you text word secret to 39333 because you can win tickets to Don McCloskey and his band playing at Brooklyn Bowl on Saturday. It's a vinyl release of their album.
Who puts on a better show? He's amazing.
So much fun. All right, we're going to take a break. We'll come back in a second. And Bert Kreischer is here. He'll be in our studio. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
What's new?
brings us Shimmer on 93.3 WMMR. Of course, everything that rocks. Good day, friends. About 20 minutes after 7. It's a Wednesday morning. Secret text word. We have a chance to win tickets to see our buddy Don McCloskey playing this weekend. Brooklyn Bowl. Text word secret 39333. We have an announcement coming up around 8-ish. And then we have a guest who's walking in here as we speak. Actually, all set up, and we're going to welcome him in just a moment. Let's take a look at traffic first, though. Kath, what's going on?
We do have some volume building. Route 73 northbound at Route 70. This is in Cherry Hill. We've got the right lane that's blocked with an accident right now. Bartram Avenue westbound between Essington and Holstein Avenue. Traffic being diverted around that accident scene. 95 moving along okay. We have volume building on the Vine and the Schuylkill Expressway. New Jersey Transit River Line is running with 30-minute delays in both directions, and it's because of an earlier disabled train at the Delanco station. This traffic report brought to you by Wawa. At Wawa Siptopia, all your crafted to crave favorites are only $3 for a 16-ounce and $4 for a 24-ounce. Gotta have a Wawa. And that's your traffic on 93.3 WMMR.
Thank you, Kathy. Tonight at the Wells Fargo Center.
Yeah.
This guy's playing there.
Yeah, he deserves to be playing there.
Phenomenal. We are stoked to welcome our good friend, Kathy's godfather, the one and only Bert Kreischer is here with us.
I was getting drunk and emotional with Nick last night and telling Leanne, I've known these guys for 17 years. I'm Kathy's godfather.
May I say, you, sir, and obviously I follow you on social media, so I see you all the time, but you look even better in person. You just look great today, man.
Thank you. Even better than that.
Yeah.
We're partying with the we're talking to the Flyers last night after the game. We were having some Celsiuses and sucking down Zins. and they're big. That like one of the things always happens because podcasting and comedy is such a community.
Yeah,
they start running through all the names of the people. Like, hey, what's Theo like? Is he really like that?
Okay.
And you're like, yeah, he's even worse than you think. Like he is the most bizarre individual you'll ever meet. So I tell him a Theo story, and I enjoy that. I enjoy because I like that.
Well, you're all, I don't want to call it incestuous, but you have this collective of people that you all work well together with. So for a long time, Bert, it seemed like the podcasting thing had fallen into a rut. Like everyone was going and sharing the same stories, amongst each other's podcasts. And yet I think it's come into a second level.
Yeah.
Where now everyone has found the people they pair with and sync with nicely. And you get these great collaborations.
Yeah, it's the truth. And then it comes to like everyone wants to know about two people right now, Matt Rife and Shane Gillis.
Okay.
Well, Shane Gillis too.
And so they go, do you know Shane Gillis? And I was like, I'll FaceTime Shane Gillis. So I FaceTime Shane. And so I got all the Flyers behind me.
Seriously?
I FaceTime Shane, who is like, I mean, he literally dropped anything. He goes, boys, we got a big season this season. Like, he's into it.
Yeah.
And Rogan gets on. And Rogan's like, yo, what's up? And now all the Flyers behind me. And Rogan it's typical Joe, forgets the room. And he's like, buddy, you look fantastic. I got the Flyers behind me going. And I hear one of them, guy signed a $50 million deal. He's like, he's talking to Rogan. You're an all-star. Yeah. And so it was awesome. So I got Rogan showered with me with compliments. You look amazing. Carnivore, buddy. Carnivore, keep it up. Keep it up. Remember, cold plunge, sauna. Rogan asked. And so, and then I gave the phone to them. And they talked to Shane, and it was awesome. It was such a great night last night. I want to thank you. I mean, they're my employees too, but the people at Wells Fargo, they hooked us up last night, put us in a suite 5 over from Nick, from you guys.
Yeah.
And you were that close.
Oh, I started, he goes, you texted me 65. I go, I'm in 69. So I count 4 over, right? And I go, it's either that one or that one. And I was like, well, that's a lot of white people. I'll go to that one.
Bert walks in, and we had a catered suite last night for the people that won the Quizzo contest from Camp Out for Hunger, which is really cool to have all those people there. And so Bert walks in. Actually, Mike, the security guard, walks in, taps me on the shoulder, and I give Mike a hug. And then I see Bert at the buffet taking some meat and helping himself to something to drink, which is really cool. We chat for a bit, and then Bert looks across to where his suite was, and his wife Leanne is there, and he just starts yelling across the Wells Fargo Center. She finds you. And by the way, what a lovely person your wife is. That was the first time meeting her last night.
She is such a leech. Her and Nick sat, I'm not joking, for 45 minutes talking about everything. His past marriage, his fall off a cliff, his relationship with his son. I got in bed, I go, what were you talking to him about? I've known him for 17 years. I've talked to him for 10 minutes. She was like, I don't know. He's just a great guy. He's a great guy. She got wasted last night. Wasted.
Okay, what did she say? Because you had it in your stories on your Instagram, and you said she's not drunk. What did you just say? And she didn't say anything. Do you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah. We're at the game, and my picture for my show comes up, and she goes, "Are you playing here tomorrow?" I said, "Are you being serious?" She goes, "Is this where you're playing?" And I went, "Honey, that's why we're here. Yeah, it's the Wells Fargo. Yeah, I'm playing here." And she was like, "Oh, I didn't know. Wow, this is big." I went, yeah, it is.
You gonna fill this place?
I go. She goes. Is this many people gonna be at your show? I go. I hope.
Yeah. Bert, I asked her where you're playing next, and she goes, "I don't know." And then she went to your website. She like manages your tour, and she's like, "He's playing someplace after Philly." I was like, "Yeah, I'm sure he is."
So she's managing. So from what Nick told us, is that she does a lot of the managing of the tour, and it has a very hands-on deal here. Does it trouble you that she did not know you were performing at the Wells Fargo?
It bothered me a tad bit. Yeah, I would like the COO of my company to have a heads up with where I'm playing.
But does she? All right. Well, is she dialed in with any of that stuff? Is she dialed in with? Okay.
She does. So we started. Shout out to Kevin Hart. He's the GOAT. We started a company called Birdie Boy Productions that runs all my podcasts, it does all my marketing for my movies and my TV shows, and it's turning slowly into an advertising firm.
Yeah.
And we have 13 employees, all women.
Yeah. You say that with a little bit of a scowl.
Do you know what they said the other day? They
What?
We want to put buzzers under our table, like a bank alarm, for when HR violations happen.
Wow.
And I go, no. Half my videos are naked.
Yeah.
No. But guys, you know what you got into. That's like someone in the military going, just so you know, I don't do like dirt.
Yeah.
There was a conversation last night with there's a woman named Victoria there. Sorry, Case.
That's right.
And it just refers to Bert's nudity and his posts on Instagram. And Victoria's really nice. She was on the tour with you.
She's seen me naked a number of times.
So
like straight naked.
She had to draw a line as to how much nudity is allowed on Instagram. And so with you, apparently, the line is butt crack is okay, butthole is not allowed.
Yeah. Well, that was a post I did where it was like very visible. Yeah. And she's like, "Hey, I was gonna get flagged," and I was like,
Yeah.
I don't think you can see it. She was like, "You can definitely see it." There's a thing called, and I think you can say this, called meat prints.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, and it's dudes that have aggressive meat prints. And I couldn't stop watching them. Like, it just drew me in.
What's a meat print?
Yeah, I haven't seen this.
Well, if you give me a second, I'll show you because I'm not wearing underwear. But it's dudes not wearing underwear with thin pants.
Yeah.
And you see their junk.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. And so
That's a great sweatpants season is meat prints.
sweatpants season, I met Charlemagne the God with a hardcore meat print.
Oh, really?
Yeah. And so I couldn't stop looking at him, and then this is the way my brain works: is I go, yo, we got to do a meat print promo because I didn't stop watching. She was like, okay, so it's me, her, and a bunch of people in a hotel room, in me in thin pants, going, we got tour dates coming up, and look, there's no hold bards.
The sweatpants was driving it for a long time with guys with tighter sweatpants. That's where that came in.
Lululemon makes a great meat print pant.
Yeah.
Shout out to Lululemon. They also make the Flyers travel clothes. I got all the Flyers info. I talked to these kids about how much money they spend. Like, I was in the weeds.
Wait, who makes their travel clothes?
Lululemon.
Okay.
So the Flyers, unlike a lot of other teams, don't have to travel in suits. As a matter of fact, Coach says, don't bring a suit. I don't want to see it. We got great Lululemon tracksuits, which I think would be really cool if we all got. Right?
Yeah.
Lululemon.
Yeah.
And then they have a nice travel coat they wear, like a jacket, and they fly in that on a chartered plane.
Any of those guys coming to your show tonight?
Did you ask if they fly private? Because I asked that too. No, none of them fly private. They want to know what private's like, and I was like, I forget I make more money than some of you guys.
That's right.
Yeah. And I was like, it's a waste of money, guys. Don't do it. But you got to do it once.
Wow. We were talking earlier just about you are a dynamo. You were Just for Laughs Comedian of the Year, and You've been working it. You are you sell yourself, but you walk the walk. You are everywhere, constantly working. And I asked Nick, I said, are there any signs of Bert slowing down? And Casey obviously communicates with you quite often. How long can you go at this level? Because you are constantly going. I mean, you've earned the Wells Fargo.
For years now, you've been constantly going.
Yeah, I there was a period where you could see that like it was catching up to me. Right in the summer, we got done Fully Loaded. It's my summer festival that I produce, or Leanne does rather, and it got away from me. I'll tell you, because I brought my favorite comics. So I got Big J.
Right.
I got Dan Soder. I got Miss Pat. Miss Pat's with me tonight. I should announce that.
Really?
Oh yeah. Tonight's show is going to be phenomenal. I got Miss Pat. I got DJ Jazzy Jeff.
Yeah,
yes,
heard about
dude.
that.
I saw him live at a jazz festival in Napa, and he did 50 years of hip hop.
Oh,
And
Yeah.
I think sometimes people sleep because Will was such a presence. They sleep on what a brilliant DJ he was. Him and Rakim did 50 years of hip hop, and I was brought to tears because it's like you forget how much that is the soundtrack of your childhood and your life.
You were a massive fan. You were like
Hardcore.
that, and who were you, like a Flavor Flav or who?
I loved everyone. I loved everyone. I'm more South because I grew up in the South, so like Outkast, MJG and 8 Ball, like Uncle
Wayne.
Luke,
Yeah.
Lil Wayne. I love the Hot Boys. So I ran up to him and I was like, "Yo, I'm at the Wells Fargo, the DJ Jazzy Jeff backstage. I'm at the Wells Fargo Center in November 29th. You want to open for me?" And he's just like, "Huh?" And I go, and then me, I shower him with information he doesn't need. Me and you saw American Pie together with Will at the. Do you remember that one time? I thought you guys were gonna have sex with me, and I didn't have sex with you. But and he was like, he's just like this, and he was like, "Yeah." And then he was like, "It's." Shout out to DJ Jazzy. He goes, "You gotta pay me." And I was like, I make a lot of money. Yes. And he was like, "Okay." And so he gave an offer, and I was like, "Don't even negotiate. Go back. Tell him, it's DJ Jazzy Jeff."
It's amazing.
So, but to answer your question, it was catching up to me when we did Fully Loaded because I was partying every day, every night. I had a death threat, so this guy was following me around.
Oh,
trying to
really?
kill me. Yeah. Best story about this death threat. And look, no one wants a death threat.
No.
But FBI got involved. We had security with us, and there's a moment. My daughters are on this tour. They work for me on the tour. It's really fun. But they had to bring them in and say, we have an issue. So they bring them into my tour bus. It's me, Leanne, and the girls, and they explain what's going on. And then they're like, we'll let you talk as a family. And it's really stressful. Believe me, Georgia looks at me, my oldest. She goes, "I'm really sorry this is happening to you, Dad, especially on your festival. I'm really sorry." And I go, "It's okay, George. It comes with the territory." And Isla looks at me. She folds her arms and she goes, "Well, was it worth it?" I said, "What?" She goes, "All the fun, the partying, the fame. Was it worth it? Because now someone wants to kill my dad. Good luck." And just left. And then she got hit by a car that night. No! I swear to God. Well, she hit the car.
Oh, God.
She hit the car. But at the end of that festival, I was 275. My blood pressure was through the roof. My daughters, first of all, everyone was telling me they were worried about me. Rogan, Tom, everyone. And my daughters pulled me aside and they're like, we're worried about you. And that's the part where you don't want to put that in your kid's head where they have to worry about their dad.
Right.
And so I pulled back, no drinking for like 3 months, worked out, got real healthy. And that's why I'm in better shape today is because of that. I stayed home for 7 weeks.
Let me just jump in here real quick because I'm telling you, it's like if you made working out like your thing, you would be an absolute monster. I'm talking like Brock Lesnar monster. You have like the
genetics.
You have the frame, the genetics. Like that is all there. Like
that's all I wanted to hear. That is it.
Was part of it also being annoyed with Segura for?
For him taking Ozempic? What?
Yeah.
Yeah, Segura takes Ozempic and then tells everyone he's just living a healthier lifestyle. And you're like, no, you're not. You moved to Austin. You share an area code with Joe. Joe's got the hookup.
Right.
Joe's longevity doctors, I'm now with them. They're amazing.
So what are some of the things that we as civilians aren't privy to in the Joe Rogan?
Everything you ever hear on a podcast.
Yeah.
That's the one. I mean this like, Like, we talk about the benefits of cold plunge and saunas, but this cold plunge is $12,000. They're not cheap.
To buy a unit?
Yeah, to buy a cold plunge. And so, like, I'm on testosterone. I'm on like a cocktail of vitamins and stuff, and they do blood work once a month.
Wow.
So it's expensive,
Yeah.
but I will tell you, I feel phenomenal. I mean, I feel like I'm in a manic episode because I have a lot of energy. I sleep amazing. I rebound better than I've ever rebounded. And and so I kind of changed my life. And I mean, I could do an entire 3 hours about how resetting your frame. If you're a big drinker, I'll tell you, a month is nice. But 3 months, it's the same like going on a diet. When you go on a diet, you find your first day, you go to the refrigerator 8 times. And you're like, oh, I can't have anything in there.
Right.
And then people put out mashed potatoes and mac and cheese, and you're like, I want that. But then there's a certain part in a diet, and anyone who's dieted knows this, is that you start not wanting the mac and cheese and just going, that's not on my plate.
Yeah.
And that happened for me with alcohol and weed, where I was just, because you get the impulse where you go, I want to drink. And then you're like, all right, well, I can't. So, like, what's that impulse? And then I journal about it in my happiness journal. I'm going to sound like a lunatic.
No, this is good.
Yeah, it's all good stuff.
I have a happiness journal, and every morning I'd write in it, and I would sit with the impulse, and the impulse goes away. Just like with food, it goes away. And then once it goes away, you're like, oh, wait, I don't want to drink anymore. Yeah. And then you're like, okay, well, what was that? And so now it's like perfect example. On the flight yesterday, we flew in from L.A., bad turbulence in the middle, and my brain goes, I should get a cocktail. And then I was like, wait, I don't want a cocktail. I got a big game tonight I want to go to. I want to get a coffee when I land. I want to be, like, present at the game. I don't want to get too hammered. And I was like,
right.
So I sat with it. I wrote about it. And I was like, and what was bothering me about not having a drink was listening to music on a plane. Drinking can take you away from the anxiety. So I just listened to music. It's a hard way if you want to rock and roll by AC/DC.
Yeah. Oh, wow.
And I got into it, and then I didn't want the drink, and I was like, cool. And so I won't say that I have the cure to alcoholism, but I will say
it's not your 12-step program.
Well, I talked with my therapist, and he was like, a lot of people have eating disorders, and we have to teach them how to eat again. So, like to healthy eat. And so he's like, I can't say that that's the thing with booze and drugs, but if you want to keep partying, then you just got to find that thing.
It's true.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's true.
My problem is that I end up at a Flyers game with a suite and alcohol in front of me that I don't have to pay for, and all of a sudden I'm like, oh, I do like drinking very much.
Oh, I loved it last night. I loved it. I told Leanne I said first thing in the morning, 5 in the morning, I said, we're getting Philly wasted. And she goes, what's that? And I go, we're lighting your hair on fire. Like, you're throwing up on a child. Like, we're getting
throwing up on a child, yes.
And then she proceeded to get Philly wasted. Love it. Philly wasted. Like, she was saying wild stuff at this game. Wild stuff. Stuff I can't repeat because the Wells Fargo Center will be like, hold on. Yeah. And she had a blast. She came down with all the boys and like after the game, and she's like, she loves that. Like, we do the Super Bowl every year. Tom and I are doing it this year in Vegas, and
I should go.
It's dude.
I mean, you should take me. Here's what I mean.
The green room is sick. I mean, it's all pro athletes. Last year, I'm hammered, and I tell Christian McCaffrey, I go, hey, man, we're in a room. I go, you think I can catch you? He goes, what? I said, 20 grand. You give me 20 minutes. You think I can catch you? And he goes, no. And I said, no, in this room, you give me 20 minutes, I'll stretch. And he was like, you can stretch all you want. He looks at me and he goes, buddy, there are people that are paid millions of dollars and train their whole lives to catch me, and they can't do it. Mm-hmm. And I was like, what about me, though?
What about me?
I was like, take your shirt off. Take your shirt off.
Did your wife take the athletes?
Oh, she ended up shotgunning beers with the O-line of the Chiefs. Dude, it was so she loves that energy and of all the boys around. And then we're all drinking Celsiuses, and so we had a blast. We got so loose last night. They do the 50-50 raffle.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
I bought $4,000 worth of tickets.
Oh my God! You know Peter's in the Acme Lounge right now, going through all the numbers, trying to find out if you won.
They're not sequential.
No.
Yeah.
So it is $4,000 worth of tickets that are just all random numbers.
Oh my God.
And no barcodes.
No barcodes. And so I said, the girl comes in last night and she goes, you guys want to buy a ticket? And I go, you should know raffles are my thing.
Yeah.
She was like, what? I was like, I love going thick on a raffle. I told her at the Special Olympics one year, the pot was 50-50. It was $3,000 in the pot. And I go, put me in for $3,000. And the kid selling the tickets is like, it's 50-50. I said, yeah. I said, I just want to win.
Didn't understand.
And I won. You can find it online. I won.
Peter said that you win all the time.
I win raffles all the time. I'm the luckiest guy you'll ever meet. I am the luckiest human being you'll ever meet.
Have you ever played the Powerball?
Dude.
Okay.
I've spent solid money on
Okay,
the
all right.
And by the way, I really think I win one time. I won like 4 numbers once.
All right.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, didn't cash the ticket.
Didn't cash the ticket.
No, it's not the big money. I want the big money. I want the dream. I know what I'm going to do with it. I'm going to first of all, I'm buying all my toys. I'm getting a yacht. I'm getting like crazy. And then I'm going to give the rest of the money away and still tour.
With that love of that stuff, are you a big gambler? Are you a casino dude?
I don't feel it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Isn't that weird though that you'd be drawn to that aspect of it, but not a casino situation?
Yeah, I don't. This is going to sound. It's going to sound whatever it sounds
hypocritical?
Like. Not hypocritical. It's going to sound like rich guy thing.
Okay, no, it's
but
okay.
Like I can't feel it. So
you're doing well.
If you go to a casino, say you make, let's just say you make $50,000 at a casino. Well, then the only way to get the action is to put all that money into the pot and gamble that money because it needs to be something you're losing. The loss is as valuable as the win.
I see.
Because that makes your heart race. So if it's $1,000, it doesn't like jingle me. So what I do in casinos, and this is what I enjoy, and anyone who's seen me out at the Hard Rock in Vegas knows this, or at the Borgata, I go down with $1,000 and I give it to people. And I go, bet recklessly. I go, it's not your money. It's not your money.
Awesome, dude.
Bet recklessly.
Yes.
You think that's why, like, the Michael Jordans and Charles Barkleys of the world gamble so much money? Because they feel, well, A, they have the money to do it, but they're looking for that competitive nature of winning versus losing?
Oh, yeah. It's like, it's the only fun in gambling is when you have to take out a marker. Like, that's the fun. I was telling someone the other day, procrastination is as important as achieving things. Like the procrastination is so valuable because once you start making things, you'll never get that procrastination back. And so it's just like getting in a cold plunge. I was telling someone, they go, yeah, but I hate getting in. I go, that's my favorite part is not wanting to get in the cold plunge. Is that's the energy. That's the vibe. Once you get in, it's started. You got to do it. That
is an interesting take. And then I think there's validity to that. That's where the inner conflict takes place and you overcome it. Without that, your experience of achieving something is not really felt.
It's the foreplay of life.
Yeah, it's the foreplay.
It's like I was never into foreplay, because I just was quick.
Yeah.
And then I started realizing like the foreplay is the fun part.
Yeah.
Almost when you start having sex, especially when you're married, you're like, well, this is going to be over quick.
Yeah.
And then I don't get this for a week.
Yeah.
But the fun is the buildup, the tickle. I love it. I love it.
Do you have the cold plunge at your house?
I have 2.
What?
Yeah, but I get given them for the record with podcast reads. They'll like give us cold plunges.
And you legitimately do it. You'll do it every day, and you see the benefits of it.
I don't know. I mean, I will tell you I feel the benefits. It's not like cocaine where you go, oh, that's real.
Yeah.
Like Coke is real.
Yeah. But here's the thing: if a placebo works, then it works.
Yeah,
it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Well, because I've done them. I love them. I hate getting in, but once I'm in, I of course I get out and I'm like, I feel better. I feel so much better.
Yeah.
I think this is working. And I've toyed with like getting one, not like the super expensive ones. They have like those blow up ones that
Bert's
you can.
got one that he can give you. He's got 2 of them.
They're really hard to travel with. I'll tell you that.
But like I couldn't imagine because we have a friend who has set up his whole backyard almost like this like Zen oasis so that he can meditate while he's doing it. He sits in there for 12 minutes. But there's no way on a day like today that I could go outside and get
I took a cold shower this morning. I love it. I love the energy of the cold kind of wakes me up. I feel great.
Bert, a huge part of your appeal is the everyman, and everybody feels like they can be best friends with you. I felt it last night hanging out with you at the Flyers game, and to see you interact with people at the game last night who are actually going to be at the Wells Fargo Center tonight as well was really cool to watch. Obviously, you're really funny too. But there were a lot of favorite moments last night for me. I really had a blast. But at one point, you said, hang on, I got to go for a little bit. I got to go throw T-shirts with Grippy. And the way that you said Grippy, just Grippy, absolutely floored me. And then I looked down, and you and Gritty are throwing T-shirts out in the crowd, and of course your shirt was off. But you just don't care. And I love the fact that you are who you are, and if you like you're happy about it, but if you don't, you don't care about that either.
Yeah. You can get caught up, and I'm sure you guys are aware of this, but the haters in life online, you can get caught up in that. And if you start living your life so that they stop hating you, you're not living your life authentically.
Well, and then it is always the blowback. It is it's always bad. I mean, it is exacerbated now by the immediacy of social media, but there is always, since time began, there have been people who need to tear people down who are on a tear.
Yeah, the problem I have, though, is I agree with the haters a lot of the time.
They're accurate sometimes.
Yeah.
They're accurate. I'm amazed.
Yeah.
It's like my therapist got a ghost account. No, I started, realizing just the thing that got you to the dance is being yourself and telling the truth and showing all your broken parts, and even like I said, like flying on a private jet. I put that on social media. Yeah. It's the coolest thing I'll ever do. I'm not going to do it all the time, but I'm not going to hide that that's what part of my life now, because then now I'm living inauthentic. And so I just try to live as pure as who I really am. And then if you like me, I hope you really like me. And if you don't, I can't help you,
One of the funniest...
It's a difference, though, Nick, of somebody not caring what somebody thinks and being a dick.
Sure.
You know what I mean?
Right.
It's not that kind of, I don't care.
You're not that way,
yeah.
So, and people celebrate your success. You talk about your therapist, and there's a great scene in The Mechanic where you are with your family therapist.
The machine.
I mean, yeah.
And could have been that too.
Yeah, and you're sitting there, and the relationship with you. I mean, obviously, it means a lot to you. Describe how much therapy has made a difference. As in The Machine, you get a little bit. It's obviously a twist on that, but how much has the therapy made a difference to you?
Sometimes a lot, and then sometimes not at all.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, therapy is like, I don't know. It's one of those things that, like, I had to stop doing it because I was losing my voice a lot.
Okay.
And then I noticed this stuff creep up on me, and then you start having conversations in your head. It's good to, like, write down your thoughts and then show up and have some person to talk to.
A third party.
Yeah, I love it.
But how therapeutic is it to sit and talk to Tom? Like you talk
Not
about
at all.
Listen, man, I
don't let him talk.
No, he talks a little bit, but over the last, I don't know, a couple of years, just watching your star ascend, watching you get caught up in it all and witnessing your appreciation and your gratitude, because you talk about Matt Rife, I'm not here to bash him, but like that dude didn't live what a lot of you guys have lived over the last couple of decades. And so you have all of that life in retrospect. And so when I see you get choked up at your like success, I know that you're grateful for it. So when you want to fly in a private jet, freaking flying a private jet, you earn that. You know what I mean? Like, I'm so happy and proud for you.
I'm very lucky to have had this success later in life, I think, because I don't know if I could deal with it the way Matt is, and he's dealing with it way better than I would.
So he's the it guy right now. He's super good looking.
I mean,
dude.
he's hot, attractive.
Yeah.
But he's like a flame right now.
So, but now he has caught a massive amount of blowback for his special.
Yeah.
And the thing is that our perception of what we perceive as massive, even you take social media, the amount of people on social media is actually still relatively small. Yeah. And then you take the people who actively use it and post, that's even smaller. So, he seems to have his head on with it. I'm not saying I think he's, the next Carlin, but what's your take on him and his situation right now?
I love Matt.
Yeah.
I've known Matt for a long time, and I think no one can probably imagine what his life's turned into. I mean, the kid was going to quit comedy a year ago.
Yeah.
And then I think he just made $25 million this year.
That's within a year. Because of his social media, he had one video that went like 19 million viral.
Yeah.
And it just turned everything on a dime.
What's the blowback?
I don't.
It's just a lot of like misogynistic sort of like.
It was
not
a joke. It was a joke.
It's a couple of jokes.
Special with that, I thought it was a good joke.
Yeah,
I thought it was a good joke.
I love him. I think he's great, and a lot of people, maybe because his fame shot up so quickly, there's haters who are like, oh, well, he's not even that funny.
That's the boomerang. Yeah, that's what happens.
Yeah, that's what happens. But I mean, I love him. Yeah. I think he's amazing.
It comes back to all of us. Listen, when I the only thing I can relate to Matt is when the Machine story went viral, it changed my life.
Yeah.
But I don't know. I was just, it was also comedy wasn't where it is today. Like I was still when I was still doing comedy clubs.
You were reticent to make the machine part of your. Was it Rogan who sort of convinced you to kind of make that the centerpiece of your persona?
Yeah, I told the machine on Rogan, and it was. I think I told it here. It was just like a story I tell on radio.
Yeah.
And he was like, "You got to tell that on stage." I was like, "Absolutely not. It's a 12-minute story." I mean, to put things in perspective, and not to like. I understand what it sounds like, but like no one was doing long form comedy at the time. You got to remember, comedy is not what it is today. You're in love with comedy today. You love podcasts. You love the comics. This is like the salad days of that. When we go on Rogan and we talk recklessly and high for 3 hours every day. I mean, all the time. I've been on Rogan maybe 50 times, and I was like, it's not a stage story, and he was like, from this point forward, he's only to be referred to as the machine, and you have to yell it out at his stage at his shows. And so
he said it,
and he pulled me aside. I could do a whole show about Joe, but he was like, "Buddy, trust me. This is you. This is why we love you. Is these crazy stories? You need to do it." And I started telling him. It took like 3 years to get it good, and then I put it on my Showtime special, which tanked. No one saw it because I had my shirt off. And then I posted it on Facebook, and then it went viral. And I remember being at Vinnie Brand's Stress Factory in a blizzard, probably 7 years ago, and I was like, "Why are people here?" And I said to them, "What are you guys here for?" And they're like, "The machine." And I had said I was going to retire the story, and some guy's like, "Not tonight, buddy. You're telling it." And I've been telling it straight for 7 years at the end of every show. And I'm just grateful. Listen, there are comics who go, once you tell it, it's over.
Yeah.
And I was like, nah, not me. Like, I'm grateful that anyone shows up. If they want me to tell that, done.
Yeah.
And the second they don't, I'll stop. But
it is a great time for comedy. It's a really supportive community, including what you do on your tour, and Fully Loaded is an example of it. But I wanted to ask you about the cruise, because that was a comedy cruise. What was the cruise like?
It was the greatest thing I've ever done in my entire career. It was the greatest thing I've ever done in my entire career. It was.
Were you a cruise guy before?
Oh, yeah. I'm a pretty basic guy.
Okay.
Like, that, I think that should read in that, like, it's like we've been friends now for 17 years. I was telling Leanne all the things we've done together, and I was like, I got friends who probably don't come in and do the show anymore because they're like, yeah, I don't need it. And I was like, I don't need it either, but I do need it emotionally.
Right.
Like, I like to come and feel like I have a home in Philly.
Yeah.
Like, I got 180 cousins that live here that all listen to WMMR. All of them. There are carpools full of Hobsons and Higgins right now going, he's going to bring me up. He's going to bring me up.
Hobsons and Higgins.
And so when we did the cruise, I love cruises. I love the energy of a cruise. I wanted to do it forever, and then finally after COVID, we got the opportunity to do it. It sold out in like 15 minutes, and it was. I mean, I'll get chill bumps. I'm getting chill bumps talking about it.
Yeah,
it was so awesome.
We have pictures up in the studio now.
We had I think 15 comics. We had 3 bands. We had the Docksiders, who was like an old school like 70s 80s cover band.
Oh, I love it.
Me, Big J, Leanne, Christine, his chick, all the comics, Miss Pat. Everyone would go up to the top thing, and we'd watch them every night at sunset and sing all their songs and have cocktails. We had shows all through the day. We did podcasts. It was and I brought the perfect comedians because everyone was accessible. Everyone was in the casino all the time. You could hang out with anyone. And here's the crazy part: the first night we ran out of vodka.
What?
How was that?
On a cruise ship?
And they said, we have a problem. We're out of vodka. We have to send a boat in to go get more vodka. And I was like, yeah. And then at the end.
You were so proud at that moment.
At the end, they were like, you set record sales for alcohol for any cruise we've ever done. They've been doing this for 12 years.
Wow.
You set record numbers in alcohol packages, meaning people that bought the package, and you set record numbers in the casino for gambling.
Did it ever feel out of control at all? Like, I mean, you talk about these numbers. Like, no, but like, did it ever feel like, oh my God, people are partying a little too much right now?
No.
Okay.
It was really like, and I was pretty measured in my partying because I had to do a show at the end of the night. I don't like getting wasted before I go on stage. So it was awesome.
All right, real quick here, I want to mention in less than 2 minutes we go on TV. We do this little hit on Fox 29. You want to jump on there with us?
Yeah, please.
Okay, so Marissa will give us a little countdown here in a moment because we have to time up with them.
TV's a lot stricter than.
Yep.
I want to ask about the cruise as well because I was talking to Big J and I knew that he was going on the cruise and I know he was it was like he was a little bit bummed because also his really good friend Nate Bargatze was hosting Saturday Night Live that Saturday night of your cruise. Did you guys happen to like stop what you were doing to watch that by any chance? Because I know that you and Nate have a friendship and that you're supportive and all that sort of stuff. Did you guys happen to do that? Have a little watch party? No.
We were like the pilgrims. We were like, put us on the boat. We'll find out what happens with the queen when we land. We had so much fun. 4 nights, and then last night or the last day there was weather, so they couldn't bring us into the dock, and we just stayed out at sea drinking.
Well,
no one noticed. We drank the boat dry.
Wow, man. I've never heard of that. They are so overly stocked with those things. It's crazy.
Bro, they were scrambling.
They didn't know what they were in for.
Oh, they had no clue. I mean, I remember the first day I got on the boat, I heard someone go, "They don't check for drugs."
All right, we got 30 seconds before
30 seconds.
We're going on Fox 29 here. And just a reminder that Bert's playing the Wells Fargo Center tonight. And also DJ Jazzy Jeff. And you got a lot
Miss
of great
Pat,
people.
Daniel Simonson, and Shay Dorena.
Nice.
This Pat's a lot of fun. She did a couple of
she's
events. Yeah.
The best.
Yeah.
She brought 25 black people on the cruise, and they were all the black people. And they made the cruise a blast. She brought her son Junebug. It was awesome.
All right, we got 10 seconds here. We're going to hear some music, and then we'll be live on Fox Good Day. And if you want to tune in and see Bert on our show, you can do that right now. So here comes the music. Let's see what they're up to.
Hey, Preston and Steve, there's a new poll out has found this year's most unwanted Christmas gifts at the top. Bad romance novels. Now, I don't want a romance novel or a diet plan or soap on a string, crap like that.
Soap not even on a rope, it was on a string.
On a string, it's come down to, with inflation, we're down to strings instead of ropes. Anti-aging products are on there.
Well, that's kind of insulting.
I know.
Yeah.
It's like a gym membership.
Clothes are on there.
Yeah.
It depends on what the clothing is. If
I
you've
like
got
clothes.
style.
Yeah.
I
Plus,
usually,
there's anything
from
you don't
my
want.
in-laws usually give me a flashlight. I don't know
There's a
why.
great flashlight. There's a great flashlight I just bought. It's got 900,000. What's up, Mike and Alex?
Hey, Bert.
What's up?
Hey.
Great Christmas gifts, okay? Hatchets are great Christmas gifts.
Hatchets?
Oh, bro, I got real thick into hatchets during the pandemic.
Would you guys ever give a hatchet for Christmas?
Yeah.
We're actually going to, and I should
Just
bring up our
bury
Christmas
it?
party. Yeah, that involve hatchets. So, does Bert like to get clothing? I mean, he goes without it so much.
That's
He
true.
doesn't
Yeah.
want clothing.
We get pajamas every year. Yeah.
Matching?
Yeah. Oh, matching. I buy everyone in my family 7 pairs of pajamas.
Oh my God! Hey, Bert? Were you at the Flyers game last night?
I was. Were you there, Mike?
No, but they're all over social media. There was information that you showed up.
Oh, there should be. I was shirtless throwing shirts with Gritty.
Grippy.
Grippy.
Oh my God!
He's
Looks like
playing.
a fun time.
He's at the Wells Fargo Center tonight. Bert is headlining a show there this evening. DJ Jazzy Jeff is opening up. It's going to be huge.
Yeah, that's great.
That is.
By the way,
Thanks for your enthusiasm, Mike. Cool. I got a wine tasting at 7.
The next time you're in town, could you possibly come by and be on our TV show? I'm trying to book him.
I don't do television, Mike. Thanks for the question, though. I'm strictly a radio terrestrial guy. I got DeBella after this.
And he retired.
Oh, are you serious?
Yeah.
I'm just going to his house?
Yes.
That DeBella gets you every time. He said Harold Carmichael was going to be there.
Yeah, just go by his house. Oh, God. All right, who has the shopping done? Kathy, are you done?
You know what? I'm not. I'm usually good at this. I usually get shopping done during Black Friday. I didn't this year. I don't know what to get my son. He's
Hatchet.
12, and I have no clue. So, no, I'm not finished yet.
We ask this question every year. Kathy, is lingerie a Christmas gift?
Look at her face.
Ask Jackie Bam Bam.
Wait. Give that face again and ask Mike, would you want to see that in lingerie?
Yeah.
Oh, my God.
No, listen, I I don't like lingerie. I never have.
I don't think so either.
No, lingerie is like a tasting flight of IPAs. Just give me the drink, okay?
Never thought of it that way.
True. It's true. Yeah.
So I guess, Mike, you're going to return all the ones that you bought?
Yes.
Yeah.
Bert, good to see you. Preston, Steve, Kath, everybody over there. Oh, by the way, Casey boy.
Yes?
You know, we have Easy Pass jersey on the line here.
Oh, my God.
Oh, my God.
Dude,
What?
don't even get me started.
Mike know about this?
You know what? I actually took my post down because I thought it was a little tacky. But yeah, I spent an hour and a half on hold with Easy Pass only for the woman to hang up on me because I asked her to wait while I had picked up the information that she asked me for. Yeah. Don't get me started, Mike, because I just calmed down about it. I just calmed down about it.
You sure?
Oh, no, I lit a fire. Well, Aisha says hello.
Okay.
See you guys.
That's great.
All right, there we go.
I didn't realize you posted about it.
Yeah, and then I was like, I don't want to be the tacky complain about stuff online guy, so I took my post down.
Look at Bert's got two of those the ice spas, the
plunge,
Cold
plunge. And you're getting in trouble with Easy Pass.
Well, what?
No, Bert, I wanted to tell you.
Wait. Are they off?
Yeah.
Oh, God, good. Let's talk about Mike for a second. I'm kidding.
Mike has some stories, man.
I bet he does.
He's been around for years, and he did a lot of entertaining reporting on the West Coast and syndicated shows. And there's video footage of Michelle Pfeiffer getting into Mike, like digging him.
Yeah, Bert, he's a good follow on Instagram.
Yeah.
You'd like it. Man, Mike's a great guy.
That's all you had to say.
Yeah. and like
You'd be shocked who I follow.
It's just a different flow than our show, though.
Yeah.
Yes. There's a guy in the Spanish Harlem who cuts Puerto Rican guys' hair. I can't. It's so good.
And you follow?
I follow him. I love watching, like, especially like a sloppy Puerto Rican guy get tightened up. Pimple popping videos.
Oh, yeah.
No.
Boat launch videos.
Dude, I just recently,
I
started following this gal that just chops wood.
Oh, I follow her too.
The Canadian gal?
Yes.
Is that
so
not
good.
awesome, Nicole?
Dude, I then got into wood chopping videos, and there's an old man who's chopping wood, and he's doing it between his legs, and it's like, you're going to lose a toe.
Or a nut.
Let me tell you, you'd be shocked what turns me on Instagram. I changed my algorithm totally.
Oh yeah.
Do you ever by accident just get into one thing and then decide you're not into it anymore, and then you have to now work to actively change that algorithm?
Yeah, you can do it pretty quick though. Wait, Bert, I follow somebody who goes to houses whose lawn.
I follow him too. I follow him too. Is he Australian?
Yes.
Is he Australian?
No.
I follow an Australian guy who does that. A guy in Miami who does that. I love that.
This guy shows up at people's houses. Their lawns are wildly out of control, and he says, "I will do this for free."
Yes.
And he shores up. He does the edging.
He does everything.
And these people are usually down on their luck, and they transform. And it's
But it's the
riveting.
time lapse videos. You watch it as he's mowing, and you're like, oh, okay.
Somebody made the point that and I forget who was we're talking about. Maybe it was you talking about it, Bert, about the difference between content and entertainment. And like social media now, like YouTube is favoring content over talent on some level, and there's whatever floats your boat. But that, I think we might be going through a great reawakening on what is talent as opposed to content. You know what is?
It's a foggy mirror. Like, you can't tell which one's which.
Right. Yeah,
No, you're right.
Because I'm just as guilty of sitting and watching the lawn dude.
Yeah. I get a ton of puppy videos and stuff, and I love that. And then there was another guy that I just found who he's a beatboxer. I think he's from somewhere in
With the dog?
With the dog. Have you seen this guy beatboxing with his dog?
His dog growls.
Do you want to hear it?
Unless he's cleaning a horse's hoof, I'm not interested.
No.
Have you watched those videos? When they shoe a horse?
Listen to this.
That's his dog?
He's grabbing the dog's mouth. The dog just growls, and he grabs the dog's mouth and opens and closes it.
All right, you got to link me up with Mike's Instagram, this guy's Instagram. Mike's gorgeous.
Yeah, Mike's a good-looking fella. And Alex is gorgeous too.
Wait a minute. Horses of hooves of horses being cleaned and chewed?
Oh yeah,
that's
cow. There's a guy that cleans infected cow hoofs. I follow him.
I follow a gal.
Dude, look at this. How rewarding is this?
Yeah. No, I've seen that type of thing before. You're right. There's something about that. There's a gal that I follow that goes in and cleans out beehives that have been found in people's houses.
Yeah,
and
you just got to get the. I've learned so much about that now. I know how to do it. You just need to get the queen. And then once you get the queen, they'll all follow.
They follow.
Yeah, I have one in my bush.
But the way this woman delivers, it touches on my ASMR. She speaks like this, and it's very Bob Ross delivery. And I just love, dude, I'm going to follow this horse shoeing thing. Because you're right.
Oh, my
so rewarding.
You just imagine the horse going,
oh, it's so
right
much
there.
better.
This got me into a hole of them cleaning diabetic feet.
oh, where they scrape the dead skin off? Dude.
If it's a human, I can't do it.
No. Bert is right. It is good. It's like there's something bizarrely because
You know what?
you think of
Okay.
those people going, "Thank you." Oh.
Listen, I took my dad has the most gnarly feet in the world. I've shown you guys pictures, and I took him to a podiatrist and sat there in the office while he cleaned up his feet, and it was, I hate to admit it, it was kind of compelling.
I'll take your dad next time.
Okay.
But these things. I don't want diabetes, but I want that thing.
Oh my God.
It's like a foot muffin.
There's a show called My Feet Are Killing Me.
Yeah, it's like a pimple popper, right?
Yeah, and so Isla and I are really into the pimple popper videos in Georgia, and then My Feet Is Killing Me comes on. And, you know, it's the best reveal. They pull the sock off. It's so good. It's the opposite of Cinderella. And as they pull the sock, you can't play this. I'm going to end up watching it. I'm going to end up watching it.
Yeah, take it off.
But they pull the sock off. I don't know if you've seen this. We're all in the living room, and the person has a big toe that's the size of a fist.
No.
It's massive.
No.
And Isla hits pause, looks at me, and she goes, "Well, we just found our new show." Oh,
What about the sheep shearing? You ever watch those?
I sheared a sheep one time in Scotland and butchered it.
Wow.
Like, it's really hard to shear a sheep. Their skin is very soft. I'm sure you've had sheepskin jackets.
Yes, yeah.
It's really soft, and the sheep was bleeding.
Oh, no.
It was really bad. You could just see the sheep like, get it over with, man. I thought you watched Puerto Rican guys getting their haircut. You should know how to do this.
You should know better.
I butchered that sheep.
Probably not your cup of tea, guys, but I love the videos with the decorating of the Christmas tree, the time lapse of when it starts to when it's finished.
Okay.
I've been watching those.
I can do that.
That's very Martha Stewart. I dig it. Are you a holiday dude? You are a holiday dude.
Hardcore.
Yeah.
In December, we do the 12 nights of Christmas.
Right.
But we party for 12 nights.
Okay.
And I'm usually only home for like 20, because I'm on the road. And so we have a group of friends called the Campers, and we have to do 12 nights of partying before the 25th. And it is so fun. And then one year, we're wasted, and someone goes, "We should add Kama Sutra positions into this." And so we did the 12 nights of Kama Sutra during the 12 nights of Christmas. Yeah. And then we'd text, when we all did it, we'd text our notes. We'd send one position to the group. We all had to try that position. And it made Christmas so much fun.
Wow.
So much fun. Yeah.
Wow, that's a Hallmark movie.
I love eventizing life. Like, I love how, it's like talking about like the Flyers game like last night. I love getting into something, having a plan, having like, hey, we're going to Red Rocks, we're going to go see Goose.
Right.
And then starting the group text, passing it around to everyone, and then getting excited for it, then pre-partying for it is almost as fun as just going. I love making life fun.
All those years ago, that what made you end up on the radar, where you obviously Van Wilder and all that stuff, that core essence of you has not changed.
I hope. I don't want to lose that. Like, it's the funnest part of life is like getting ready for the vacation is as fun. It's more fun than coming home. Most people are like come home people. Yeah. They're like, that's my sister. She's like, I just want to get home. But I almost like planning something out is so much fun with your friends.
Let me ask you, with all the people, so you had Wade Boggs on the show, and it was who watched it was very good. You saw the It's Always Sunny episode, right?
I never saw it. I just started watching It's Always Sunny.
Okay.
Last week.
Okay. Wow.
On the road.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
High as crap.
Yeah.
Welcome to the club, bro.
It is the funniest show I've ever. I'm so bummed because I met Rob with you guys, and then he was like, I had never seen the show, so I didn't know how funny it was. It is brilliant.
Yeah.
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 And every single character brings, you know what I mean? It's not like, the entire show rides on Danny DeVito. No, every single
Everyone
character
brings
is
something.
equal.
We saw the one where they make the game. They have the game they play.
Yeah.
I was crying laughing. I didn't know if it was the weed or the show, but it doesn't matter.
Oh, this picture up on the studio. So this is
Yeah, this is us at the Super Bowl parade with Rob and Bert had both stopped by that morning. That was incredible.
The question was initially, have you ever met obviously you met Snoop Dogg and he lived up to what you wanted him to be. Have you ever met someone who you thought, oh, this is state of the art when it comes to having a good time, and they turned out, like Dean Martin used to put that out there, but was not that. Did you ever meet someone who's like, man, much different?
No.
No, they
Oh,
really-
yeah. No shade on him, but Andrew WK.
Oh, really?
I went in to my buddy Cowhead, Mike Calt's show, because he was in there, and I was like, I want to meet him. I want to party with him. So I brought in a suitcase of beers, and I was like, we're getting lit. And he was like, I don't really drink. And I was like, wait, what?
Yeah.
I was like, dude, you're telling me there's no Santa Claus?
Yeah.
And I got wasted. And he was like, yeah, I got to get to the gym later. And I was like, he's like, man, you don't have to do the drinking on stage. And I was like, yeah, you do. That's the thing. Like, you don't have to do it every night, but you got to put on the Santa Claus outfit once a year at least.
He's an odd guy. We've had him on the show, and like he's interesting. I find him to be fascinating, but I don't know if you can have a normal conversation with him.
Didn't he officiate Sarah's?
He did. Yeah.
So one of the air staff here, he officiated her wedding.
Really?
Yeah.
I would like to party with John Daly.
The golfer.
Yeah.
Then you were at that Scottsdale thing last year. Was he there for that?
Oh, I thought you were going to talk about the Netflix thing. Did you see that?
No.
You know what? I did watch that. It was a little bit scattered.
Whoa. What part? When I tackled a protester? It was like Netflix is doing this Netflix Cup, and they hit me up. I let Netflix, Ted, everyone at Netflix is amazing, right? So I was like, yeah, of course, I'll go. I have no problem. I would love to be a part of it. Marshawn Lynch is going to be there. And I watched Full Swing, so I knew all the golfers. Okay. I was like, and they're like, Tony Finau's going to be there. And I was like, I love his swing. Okay. Like, I'm a golf fan. And so shout out to Aronimick. And so, and St. David's. And so I get there, and the very first tee, a PETA protester came out and started to protest. And I was just in production mode. Where, because I've also produced these things and I'm hosting, so I just kind of gingerly moved her out of the way, and to get the thing started, and I get done with the event, and we're in this suite at the end, and everyone's laughing. They're like, "You're going viral." I was like, "For real? Like what? Was it me taking my shirt off?" And they're like, "No, you tackled a protester." I was like, Did I?" And then you see the picture, and it definitely looks like I lit her up.
Oh, really?
But I didn't. I just kind of gingerly moved her. And then shout out to PETA. They hit me up. You can see the actual footage, yeah.
We're watching it.
The picture looks worse.
Okay.
But, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I see.
Yeah. It was an aerial shot.
Yeah.
But PETA reached out?
And they were cool. They were actually really cool. She was protesting the Iditarod. And they were like, thank you for being so kind and gentle with her.
Really?
They were actually really cool. And they're like, we'd love to talk to you more about what she was protesting and why. And I was like, I would love to talk to you. I love hearing every opinion. But then my dad called and he's like, buddy, did you tackle a chick? And Marshawn Lynch is in the background. He didn't even touch her. Yeah. Kid can't tackle.
I want to hang out with that guy.
He's everything you want him to be.
Yeah.
He's everything you want him to be. He is awesome. He is. Okay. Now, once again, I just tell stories, and so I cried in front of him, and it really freaked him out. He was interviewing people without a camera. Like he would just go up and be like, "So are you having fun?" And there's no camera on him, and they're like,
"Did he have a mic at least?"
He had a mic,
all right.
but no one's filming it.
Yeah,
and they're talking to him, and I go, "Marshawn, you don't have any camera on you," and he goes, "Yeah, no." I said, "What are you doing?" He goes, "I'm practicing." He was awesome, dude.
Wow.
He was awesome.
I love
and
that.
he's the most generous, the most fun, present, gracious,
really thoughtful.
I mean,
and people dismiss him. They judge that book by the cover, and once you hear him speak and listen to what he actually has to say, he's been on Conan a million times, and those they're great conversations, but you have to get past what he looks like initially and put your stereotypes aside and listen to what he actually has to say, because he's a great interview.
He's awesome. He was the funnest hang. All those guys were the funnest hang, but he's everything you want him to be. Wow. That's one of the things I feel like I've maybe tethered myself to too much, is that when you meet the celebrity, you want them to be the thing you hope them to be.
Right.
Like when I meet Kid Rock, and I will one day, we better be killing beers. We better kill beers. I want to smoke cigars. I want to hear his wild political thoughts. Like all of it. You want it all.
Right, the experience.
And Marshawn Lynch gives it to you.
All right.
Well, listen, speaking of everybody, what you want them to be.
Tonight.
This is Bert. This is it. Absolutely. Yeah. Anytime we've ever hung or people heard feedback from people, it's the exact same thing. So
I think it's going to be one for the record books tonight.
So I hate to jump in here real quick, but we do need to take a break. Can you hang for a second, Bert? Because we need to announce.
I don't want to go anywhere.
Okay, well we need.
I got a pocket full of Zins and half a cup of coffee.
All right,
we can hang out.
Yeah, we need you to hang out because we need to announce something with you in the next break.
Okay.
Will Smith's coming tonight? By the way, if Will shows up, you can slap me. You can do whatever you want.
All right, then we'll come back with the machine as he is here in our studio playing the Wells Fargo Center tonight. Mr. Bert Kreischer, stay put. We'll return, and we do have an announcement when we get back. Stay with us.
It's okay.
We knew. Special guest with us this morning. Let's take a look at traffic, and then we'll get to all that good stuff. So, Kathy, what's going on this morning?
This accident's still out there on Bartram Avenue westbound between Essington and Holstein Avenue. Traffic being diverted around the area because of it. 95 northbound is heavy Chichester Avenue to Chestnut Street. There was an accident in there that is now cleared. South on 95, you're okay. No problems crossing the Vine. Schuylkill looks to be in pretty good shape. Some light volume in the normal spots, but nothing major to report. 295 southbound jams 561 to the 42 freeway. 42 north slowing from the Black Horse Pike to 295. 55 northbound looks good. And then New Jersey Transit's River Line running with 30-minute delays. That was from an earlier disabled train at the Delanco station. This traffic report brought to you by teethkeepers.com. Dominion National offers dental and vision plans for everyone starting at under $8 a month at teethkeepersave.com. Go to teethkeepersave.com and enroll today. And that's your traffic on 93.3 WMMR.
All right, thanks, Kat. So, Bert Kreischer in our studio playing the Wells Fargo Center tonight, and we have two announcements that we're going to make quickly here. All right, I'm going to announce this one first concerning the Preston and Steve show, and this is a save-the-date announcement.
Yeah.
As this event is returning Wednesday, December 20th, and it will be at a brand new location that we have never broadcast live from before, and we're excited about it, but it's the return of the Preston and Steve Christmas Miracle. And the Miller Lite Ugly Sweater Edition, of course, will be a part of that, but we have moved locations. We are going to be at the legendary Colonial Theater.
The Blob Theater.
In Phoenixville, Pennsylvania, yes, where the movie The Blob was shot.
Yeah.
Absolutely correct. So we will start giving away invites next week, but this is just to save the date. Wednesday, December 20th, doing our show. Loads of prizes to be given away and a live broadcast, so a heads up on that. Now, the other announcement that we have to make was kind of ruined here in the studio, but we'll announce it on the air right now. Ladies and gentlemen, at the Flyers game last night, the 50-50 lottery winner, I kid you not, I swear to God, Bert Kreischer.
Yeah, baby. Make it rain.
The 50-50.
Bring it in. Oh, baby.
Last night.
I told you, I'm the luckiest guy in the world. They call me the Raffle King for a reason.
Jesus.
When I put my money in, I do one thing. I win and I count tickets.
So what's the take on that?
Who knows?
Yeah.
It was up to 19. It was
Oh,
at 7.
bro. It was at 19 when I put in $2,000.
That's right. So then you put in another $2,000. So that made it 21.
Oh, whoa. Last I checked, I think it was like at 28.
Jeez.
Guys, I can officially pay for DJ Jazzy Jeff.
Yes.
I'm going to have...
That's effing insane.
I knew it. 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 I think half of luck is believing you're lucky.
Yeah.
I think half of luck is rolling the dice enough that they come up deuces for you. You need to play the game. You need to practice, and you need to play the game.
Yeah.
This is why I play raffles. The chill bumps I have right now.
Deep breath.
I love this. I love this so much.
What's Leanne gonna? She gonna freak out?
She's gonna. You know, I guarantee you. Let's call her. I guarantee you. She goes. Yeah, I knew you'd win. You always win.
God.
What's that?
It's 28.9.
28,000.
Whoa.
29, essentially.
And I get half of that, so I get
14.5.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So you made $10,000.
Wow.
Okay.
All right,
on a $4,000 investment. That's not the best money.
It's not that bad.
Dude, that ain't bad at all. While you're calling Leanne, I want to mention, because we're skipping the bizarre file for now, that it's brought to you by Helium Comedy Club.
Yes.
Which Bert obviously has been there before. Bringing laughs to Philly for many years. Helium Comedy. The best comics of today and tomorrow, live every week. Tickets and line up at heliumcomedy.com. All right, he's calling his wife, doing a FaceTime. You can hear the little dialing tone. You said she's definitely asleep.
She's naked, I know that. She was like, Pete's in our room.
Let's hope she's not out for breakfast.
Hey, good morning. I'm sitting here at WMMR.
Hi, Leanne. We're on the air right now.
Hey, do you guys want to tell her anything?
Yeah, Leanne, your husband won the 50-50 raffle last night at the Flyers game.
No way.
Of course
he did.
Yes. He wins every raffle.
Every raffle.
Every raffle. Why go deep in them? Baby, you married a racehorse.
Yeah.
You married a race. I'm a penny stock that paid off. I'm a rescue that you just can't stop cuddling with. We did it.
I know.
We paid for DJ Jazzy Jeff, too.
Congrats.
Thank you.
Congrats.
She wants to go back to sleep.
That's awesome.
Tell her I said hi.
I love it. Hey, we're gonna spend a lot of money over at Suplex today.
Oh, no, we're not.
Does she control the money?
I don't even know my bank codes.
Okay.
Oh, you and me, bro.
Isla said to me, if something happens to Mom, we should just start a suicide pact now.
Yeah.
Because we're screwed.
Same with me.
And I was like, what about Georgia? She'll be fine. She doesn't need us.
Yeah.
Give her the money. I love you.
Love you too. Congrats.
Come in and visit someday.
Yeah, we want to see you, Leanne. Bye.
She's a letdown. The she's not as fun. She's more fun the way I make her fun.
All right.
I don't know who to start thanking. I want to thank the Flyers for playing a game last night. I want to thank everyone over Wells Fargo. And half of that money goes to charity. What's the charity?
Flyers Charities. Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah.
Nameless, faceless charity. I love that.
Yes,
Yeah. You know, I said to them last night, you should never tell me the secrets. I said, they go, if you win, are you going to donate the rest to charity? And I said, probably. And they said, yeah. You know, we donate, like, we raise like $7 million for charity because a lot of people don't claim their tickets. And I went, what? And they go, yeah. Most of the 50-50 raffles go unclaimed. So we just, all of it almost goes. And I went, oh, well, it looks like I'm keeping my money now.
Yeah.
But you sold me.
Yeah.
I'll keep that. 14 grand is going to be thick. I want it in ones. I want it in ones, and I want to be delivered in a duffel bag on stage by a shirtless flyer. I cannot.
I think that's fortuitous. It shows you how tonight's going to go.
Hey, what's the biggest one? What's the biggest take you've ever had?
This is it.
This is it.
This
right
is the
here?
biggest take I've ever had.
Okay.
Are you kidding me? I won $14,000.
I love it. Was it in your last Netflix special? Because listen, I watch everything you do. But you were at your kids. It was a fundraiser for the kids' school.
Yeah, it was right when we got to the school, and there was. I went over to the action. Want to see what the action was on the raffle. He goes, we got 12 prizes, but we only raised like $40. And I was like, what? And I was like, for real? And he's like, yeah. And everyone's buying wine. They don't want to buy the prizes. I go, the prize is good. He was like, they're amazing. I was like, okay. I said, how much do you want to raise? He was like, well, our goal was $700, but we're not going to meet it. And I said, put me in for $660. He was like, what? I go, put me in for $660, but don't tell anybody. Like, just keep it on the DL and close the raffle right now. Right. I go, I'll give you your money, but you got to close it right now. So I went back with all my tickets. I knew the first ticket and the last ticket. And went to the back corner. And when he called, the guy's name's Darren Turbo. And when he called the first number, this is a room full of parents, you know. And I just went, oh, that's me. And I was like, and Leanne go, I knew it. He's so lucky. And I was like, what did I win? He's like, earrings. I was like, oh, so cool. I was like, this is going to be so much fun. We're all going to win cool prizes. And I walked back and he calls the next time. I go, oh my God, that's me too. And now Leanne's like, I told you, he's lucky. He's lucky. And I walked up and now Darren Turbo's crying, laughing. He knows what's happening. And everyone's like, wow, you really are lucky, huh? And then they call the next one. I'm like, razzle dazzle, baby. Bring it to Papa. I turned into Kenny Powers. By the 10th prize, people are irate. They're irate and they're livid. And they get to the 11th prize, and I'm like, call it, Darren. Call the number. And people are upset. And he calls it, and I don't have the ticket. I don't have the ticket. And everyone starts cheering. And from the back, I hear Leanne go, that's me. And Leanne won the last prize. People were so mad. There was a guy who went up and he said he needs to give those back. He needs to give them to us. And I was like, wait, that's definitely not happening.
Yeah.
I was like, dude, I put $660 in. And he's like, no, you can't. You can't. He goes, I had a raffle budget. And I was like, what? He was like, yeah, I have a raffle budget. I couldn't afford that. But I would have if I had that money. And I was like, what? Your raffle budget says you lost.
Yeah.
The best one I ever did, we went to a golf thing for comedians and actors during COVID, right?
Right.
So it's all the best comedians were there, all the big name comedians, and then a bunch of actors who were like Parks and Recs and all, but they're actors. They don't have comic sensibility.
Okay.
So I go in, I buy like $3,000 worth of raffle tickets, and Caroline Ray's doing the numbers, and she calls out the first one, and she goes, and I go, oh my gosh, that's me. I can't believe it. And I start winning so aggressively. Jim Jeffries is doubled over, crying, laughing. And then someone's like, he bought all the tickets. And the actors started getting upset. And they were like, no, this isn't fair. So then They do and this is where I really get out of control is in auctions.
Okay.
In auctions, I get really out of control.
Okay.
Like the last I can't even tell you how much I've spent in auctions. You'll find it obnoxious, but it's all for charity.
Yep.
And I have a budget. I guess that my and so they did 4 seasons, and I text my business manager, how much is 4 nights at 4 seasons? And he goes, 10 grand. And I said, cool. So I ran the guy up to 10 grand, the actor, and he was like 11 grand. I go, it's yours. And he was like, what? He's like, I just wanted to see if you'd. And then he came up to me, he goes, do you want to split it? And I was like, no, man, enjoy the 4 seasons. You're $1,000 over your budget, but yeah. We went, we had one recently, and Sister Donna, it was at my daughter's school, Sister Donna said, I want to sit next to you, I want to see it happen. And I said, well, get ready. And they said, 7 nights in Mexico. And I leaned over to Sister Donna, I go, you ever been to Mexico? She goes, no. I go, you're going. I said, pack up the nuns, you're going. And she goes, what? And I go, we're sending the nuns in Mexico, how much? And they're like, it starts at $3,000, goes $7,000. And Sister Donna goes, I'm going to Mexico. I'm going to Mexico. I got 5 nuns going to Mexico in January. Yeah, but here's the kicker, is that I buy the trip, and then Sister Donna says, I took a vow of poverty. So I'm gonna need some cash. And I was like, what? And she goes, and we need plane flights. And I was like, hold on. So I'm flying them down. I got them the drink package, and I paid for all their dinners in Mexico. I go, yo, Sister Donna, you're starting an Instagram account, okay? You're getting on TikTok. I need video of this. Right. I need the payback. Yeah. Dude, I can't tell you. I can't tell you because it is obnoxious. I went head to head with the biggest lawyer in California.
Give us a ballpark if you can.
It's for the front row seats at graduation. They're really coveted seats. Okay. And it's like the big ticket. Yeah. And the year before, I had beat him. Right. I beat him for $5 grand for these things. All right. And he's like, I'm not losing. At $50,000.
Oh my God.
I have video of this. I'm crying, laughing. Going, and I told him, I said, I have reckless abandon right now. Right. And I said, I can't allow you to pay that. I can't allow you, because it's at 50 grand. And he goes, can you add an extra row? And I'm like, what? And they go, we can add an extra for $100,000? And he goes, we'll both buy it. Whoa. And we both spent 50 grand. It goes to charity. It goes. It's all good.
No, it's
and
good.
It's like, listen. We also, to put things in perspective. We have a foundation that has money allocated for stuff like this. Right. And so I got loose. Yeah. And it was crazy.
By the way, because it is going to charity. Yeah. You can write a part of that off.
You write it off, and it's like, who cares? At the end of the day, you can't take it with you. Yeah. You might as well have fun with it. Yeah. But I get loose at these auctions. I mean, there was a silent auction. I bought 2 things that we donated to it. Oh my God. I get out of control. David Keckner had me on a bender, and he's like, come on, Kreischer. And I was like, I'll take it. And then Leanne's like, Cuisinart, I just bought one for $150. That's a deal. We bought it. We're the ones that bought it.
But you know what? That's such a fun way. I mean, any donation to charity, writing a check is great. That's fine. But to do it this way, you're just having so much fun with it.
Listen, I watched the energy when I didn't have any money I won't say the comedian's name, but it was an auction, and he donated, paid $25,000 for something. And I remember going up to him and being like, that's so much money. And he's like, it's not our money, really. Yeah. And I was like, what? And he goes, it's not our money. People go to your shows, you do comedy for free. You're just donating it for a good cause. And and that changed something in me where I was like, yeah, man, this is money's only money. I got enough to be okay. If you give something to charity, and Tom has got me, and I've given a lot of money to this is charity. But and Tom gives a ridiculous amount to charity. Yeah. Oh, him and Rogan?
Yeah.
I'm sure there's a wing of a children's hospital they've donated.
Wow. Yeah.
But that's the way you should be.
You should. Yeah.
If you see a guy who's making good money, he should be reckless with charity,
Right.
How do you keep your kids grounded? Because I was chatting with your wife a little bit about it last night, and they are, but they didn't grow up without you being who you are.
No, they did. They did. Yeah. Well, I didn't get successful until 7 years ago.
Yeah.
Georgia was like 12.
Okay.
Well, and that wasn't even, I mean, I'm saying like successful. I was selling tickets to comedy clubs 7 years ago. And then the theaters, and then both the girls they're really, like they both are real grounded in like Georgia didn't want me like going to her football games and like she wants to just be a kid. Yeah. And I think Leanne just put that in them that, you know, and they just grew up with us not having money. They remember what it's like to not have money and to be struggling. And so I think that kind of you ground them. They're not rich kids. They're just not.
Well, you were telling a story on a different dynamic on Kimmel about your daughter Georgia, and she was caught smoking pot.
Yeah,
and the exchange was very amusing because when you learn this news that this has happened, who are you sitting with?
I was with Snoop. I was with Snoop. Yeah, I was eating oxtail with Snoop, and my parenting, and I say this: every parent grows, and you learn how to parent. But my parenting was like my dad's parenting.
Right.
You just raise your voice until they're scared or they cry, and that was my thing. It's like I need to see her cry to know she heard me.
Right.
It's not how you parent. For the record, just anyone listening, that's not how to parent. But I learned that from Snoop. Because I said to Leanne on the phone, I said, I'm gonna light her ass up. I said, we're gonna deal with this at the end of the night, and I guarantee you she will cry. And I hung up, and Snoop's like, what happened? I said, my daughter smoked weed. And Snoop's like, that's it? I said, yeah. I go, it's pretty bad. And he goes, how old is she? I said, 15. He said, how were you the first time you smoked weed? I said, that's irrelevant. I don't know why we're doing that. It was a different time. And he goes, yeah, it was illegal. Yeah. And I was 14, and Snoop said to me, he's like, nah, that's not going to happen. You're not going to make that call tonight. He's like, not to my niece. You're not calling her to make some girl cry for something you do and we do. He was like, what's happening to you right now is you're losing control of your daughter, and she doesn't need you. And you're having feelings about that. And now you're going to take those feelings out on that little girl. That's not how you parent. I was like, when did you become a doctor?
Yeah, no kidding.
And he's like, tonight I'm gonna cool you down. Mm-hmm. And this is the real story. I couldn't tell this on Kimmel, but he goes, we're gonna cool you down. I was like, what? And you know, Snoop's got like a pimp drawl to him with like a hint of Mississippi.
Yeah.
He's like, player, we gonna shower. I was like, what? And he just gets up and he goes, don't tell nobody. And I was like, wait, hold on. What did you say? And he goes, you heard me. Meet me after work in my trailer. And I'm like, oh my God, I'm in a shower with Snoop Dogg. And so I show up and I'm shirtless, oddly enough. And I'm like, hey man, I don't know what we're doing right now. And he's like, don't be weird about it. I do it all the time. I was like, what? He's like, yeah, man, come on. You did it. I know you do it. And I was like, well, I did it in high school, but I don't do it now. He goes, I did it with Dr. Dre last week. I was like, for real? I go, at the same time? He goes, that's the only way to do it. Come on, man. I thought you were cool. And I was like, okay. So I would start walking to his bathroom, and he goes, well, where are you going? I said, to your shower. And he goes, well, why? I said, I thought you said we were going to shower. And he's like, no, I said we were going to take a shot. And I went, oh, I misheard you. I thought you were going to shower. And then Snoop's frozen, and he goes, hold on.
Yeah.
You came over here to shower? And I was like, what was your idea? And he goes, no, it wasn't. No, it wasn't. And he goes, even if it was my idea, you showed up? And I was like, well, I was really upset with my daughter. He goes, how is showering going to help? And he goes, hold on. If I didn't stop you right now, where would you be? I said, in your shower. Yeah. He goes, doing what? I said, waiting for you. And then Snoop pulls out a blunt, lights it, and he goes, I know why your daughter smokes weed. We smoked a blunt, we took shots, and we ended up in his shower. Fully dressed, laughing, hysterical. He goes, I got to see if we fit. And he's like, we're in there, he's like, we don't even fit, you fat ass. He's like, how is we going to do that? He goes, see if you can even get the soap. I go, fool me once, Snoop. Yeah, Snoop's the best, man. He's the best. We did an event. Tiffany Haddish has a charity.
Yes.
Joe Coy goes up. She's trying to raise $50,000. for foster kids, and it's taking forever.
Right.
Joe Coy just goes up. He goes, "I'll give 25 if Burke gives 25." And I was like, "Oh, you can't say no now, right?" There's a room of celebrities, Paris Hilton, Snoop Dogg, Jimmy Kimmel. So I go up. I go, "I'll only give 25 grand if Jimmy Kimmel gives 25 grand." Jimmy Kimmel comes up. He's like, "You ass." Jimmy's like, "I'll give 25 grand," and then the baller, a real estate mogul, goes, "I'll give 75 grand." And we're like, whoa. And we raised like 150, 175 grand for these kids. And it's all foster kids in LA. And then at the end, I go, "I'm going to get high with Snoop." And Leanne's like, "We can't do that." And I was like, "I can do whatever I want.
Yeah.
It's Snoop. He's my friend." So I was like, "Snoop." And he's like, "Yeah, bring him back." And so we go back, we smoke weed with Snoop. And I tell him, I go, "Hey man, I got a story I want to tell about you and Georgia smoking weed." And I tell it with all his boys are back there.
Right.
And we go shower. And Snoop starts laughing. And they're like, "You shower with him, Snoop?" And he's like, "Hold on." And then we tell the story. And it was Snoop's like, Snoop is the best. He'll text every now and then. And like, he watched The Cabin and he hit me up. And he's like, "You're a bad man." He's like, "I'll do season 2. I was like, "Snoop, I could greenlight 5 seasons with you."
Yeah.
But he is the best.
The fact that he can work with anybody. I mean, Martha Stewart, for Christ's sake, they're like best buds.
He's got the same thing Marshawn Lynch has. Is that the guy you want him to be? He is. He is, and he's cool. And you just sit back and smoke a blunt, and then all of a sudden Dave Chappelle FaceTimes him, and you were like, "Whoa!" Like Snoop's like I'm a ride or die for that guy.
What's your how close are you with Dave Chappelle? Are you?
No, I hung out with him. We were talking about that Lakers game.
Yeah.
He came into the thing, and Chappelle's what you want him to be. He comes in, he's like, first thing he says is "Mrs. Kreischer," and gives Leanne a big hug, and then sits with her just like with Nick for the whole game at the Lakers, just talking to Leanne. And then partying, we had a great time. And, Dave Chappelle at the end is like, "Who wants to go to Lenny Kravitz's house?" And you're like, "Huh?" I mean, Dave Chappelle's like awesome. And, it's so, I don't want to share secrets, but like, he's still a real person. Like, he's still a real person. He said stuff to me that night about being a real person.
Yeah.
That, like, stuff I deal with that he deals with. And you're like, "Wait, you do that too?"
Yeah. That's why he moved to Ohio or stays in Ohio, right?
Yeah.
Like to keep himself grounded.
Dude, he is he's the real deal. Like in everything you want him, and he rolls thick with like a ton of people.
But that's why I feel like I like comedians as a whole, is because I feel like you guys all keep each other grounded. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, obviously you guys are celebrities and you have a huge amount of fans and stuff like that, and that can all go to your head. But when you're sitting across the table from Tom Segura, who's going to tell you all the things that you don't want to hear about yourself, I love that. And I got to tell you, there is a moment in the Two Bears in One Cave podcast where you're drinking your Kool-Aid. Dude, I've watched that so many times. It is so funny and it is so real, but he didn't realize that you were drinking Kool-Aid, and he asked you what flavor you were drinking, and what flavor did you say?
Red.
Red!
Red.
Red's not a
And
flavor!
by the way,
I don't know.
you put away like a growler a day, right?
I put a growler away. I had it on the plane yesterday. It's like a treat. It's great.
It's good.
It's really great. You know what's so funny is we did that clip. Like Two Bears, I don't remember what we talk about. Good and bad. I think we go after the Kelsey brothers next episode. And I don't remember doing the cool. I remember us having a good time and being done and going home, and then you don't remember it.
Oh my
and I'm at Thanksgiving, and my dad goes, "Buddy, do you drink Kool-Aid?" And I went, "Yeah." And he goes, "How much?" And I said, "Like a gallon a day." I go, "But it's to stay hydrated." And he goes, I just watched a clip of you drinking Kool-Aid. And I said, "Really?" And he put it on the TV. I'd never seen it.
Yeah.
I was crying laughing. It is the funniest thing, and it's just an accident.
Yeah.
I mean, the best was Jennifer Aniston. When we said we wanted to meet Jennifer Aniston, and I said, and Tom goes, "Should we bring our wives?" I went, "No." And I go, "Wait, can she bring someone?" And Tom just very casually goes, "Yeah, for safety." And then Tom corrects himself because maybe that's not the message we want to send out. And I could not stop laughing because Tom... I don't understand why people find him funny, because I know why he's funny, but it's not the thing he does on stage.
Right.
Like, I get a different side of him, and he gets a different side of me. That I think that's what makes Two Bears interesting.
That is interesting.
We share that interesting part.
You wouldn't go to see each other's shows, but you find each other funny.
But I love how in your act you guys have jokes about each other, and you know, and there's kind of savage jokes.
Oh,
you know what I mean?
yeah.
Like, oh, that was mean, but
I think I called him a disabled comedian
Yes.
in my special.
But like, and listen, the graffiti in Russia that just says Tom is fat. It's in the lower right-hand corner of the screen. I saw that. I go, I wonder how many people that went and saw this movie saw that piece of graffiti.
Not enough.
No.
no one mentioned it to me. Yeah, it's fun, when you have someone that you trust. I mean, we're business partners. We are best friends. We talk all the time. We gossip. Like when we're just like any friend you'd have. But he just happens to be one of the biggest comedians in the world. Yeah. And so it's a blast. When I hang out with him, we laugh hysterically. Yeah.
Well, and you make us laugh, obviously, but the two of you together, I don't think there's another podcast, another group of
Kelsey
comedians.
Brothers.
But no. I'm saying that make me cry. I'm crying laughing. Kelsey Brothers are funny. I laugh at those. I like it. But you and Tom, my cousin and I talk in clips from your show. We just send it back and forth to each other and then call each other, and we're crying laughing on the phone with each other because of it.
That's the best. The best is when and you guys know this energy, is when you come up with a bit in the moment and you guys can't stop laughing. Yeah. And you know that you're probably going to get in trouble and you know that there's going to be backlash, and you just kind of duck your head and go, all right, let it come.
Doesn't matter. Steve was playing the Hammond organ as Rocky earlier this morning. And, none of that is scripted. And it was just a story about the Rocky shop opening at the base of the Art Museum steps. And all of a sudden, Steve, as Rocky, is in the Spencer Davis group. And Procol Harum, that to me is the best part of my day. When Steve does it every day. He's a genius to be able to be in the same room with them every day. But he makes me laugh hard every day, which is not an easy thing to do. Making people laugh is really, really difficult, and so it's a skill that you guys are excellent at.
Well, we all look at each other like it'll be that time. So at the end of almost like 5 hours a day. And there's that time, and we know we're heading into it. Or like Friday, and we all look at each other and we're like, and Preston will ask the very salient question at one point, how did this start?
Yeah.
How did
we
this
get here?
start? And that's the best, because we can't Alex Haley that one back to the roots. It just won't happen.
After the show every day, Marissa says, hey, because we at 5:30 we do a playback of a segment from the previous day. She says, what do you want to play back tomorrow? And every day I go, what do we talk about today? What do we talk about today?
It's dangerous on podcasts too, because part of the fun is talking reckless, and then you get done and you're like, did we just slam Reese Witherspoon? Yeah. He's like, you said her boyfriend should have hit her, and I was like, oh, okay. And then all of a sudden, but you got to be prepared for that to come back to you. Yeah. Of people just talking reckless about you. The hardest Tom and I have ever laughed. And this is, you can find this clip online, and there's two of them. We went to Hawaii, and he's very hairy. And I said, can I just shave your back for you? Right. And he was like, yeah. And so as I shaved his back, I realized his back hair is connected to his underarm hair. And then his underarm hair is connected to his chest hair. And I said to him very casually, I'm very sober. I was drunk, but like very honest. I said, do you want me to just hollow out your breasts? And he goes, what? And I said, I'm going to turn your underarm hair. This is the clip. I go, I'm going to turn your underarm hair into diamonds, and then I'm going to Caesar out your chest. I'm going to give you pecs. You're going to look good. And he goes, it'll look good? And I go, it will. Trust me. So I shave his breasts, and as I look at it, I realize it looks like his tits are wearing glasses. And I can't stop laughing. I can't stop laughing at how bad it looks, and I can't take it back. We have a week trip in Hawaii, and he looks ridiculous. And he's so angry. And he's like, dude, this isn't funny. And I thought I was having a stroke. I was laughing so hard.
Yeah, we're looking at it right now.
I saw this clip. I remember.
I was laughing so hard. He's livid. He's like, I look like a fool. And I was like, it doesn't look that bad. The hardest, on the flip side, the first weight loss challenge we did probably 7 years ago, Tom, the loser, had their beard shaved. And the winner got to shave the other person's beard. And there is a moment that I will remember till the day I die, of Tom shaving my beard, and it looks ridiculous. And it's me and him, eye to eye. And I said, how does it look? And he closed his eyes, and he goes, not good. And we laughed so hard together. And you can see Rogan's filming it with his camera. Right, yeah. And Rogan's I mean, it's just like those moments you don't get a million of them, but when you find them and you start stepping into it, it's like there's nothing better than that energy.
Yeah. There's the endorphins that are released, and it is the best feeling to get into that, and it's what you look for. You can't force it; it will happen.
There should be a Tinder for getting best friends, because I don't care. I don't like no. Sex is sex, but when you connect with someone and you have real energy with that person, where you make each other laugh back and forth, it's like the funnest thing. The funnest thing we ever did was we bought birthday presents for each other, and we said we're gonna outspend the other person, and it started with like a $3,000 electric bike, and then I bought him a jet ski, and then he got me a private jet tour of and it was like $75,000.
Oh my God.
And now I'm panicking.
Yeah.
And so I bought him a race car. I spent $100,000 on a race car.
Right, seriously?
And then he goes, "We have to stop.
Yeah.
We have to stop." I mean, it's
But it didn't though.
No,
Didn't it end with somebody's teacup?
Yeah, he gave me Hitler's teacup.
What?
Listen, it's a bad time to bring this up with what's going on over there,
but it is still
what happens is I'm a history buff,
Right,
and I'm a big Winston Churchill fan.
Yes.
Everyone knows that. Every January 24th, I celebrate Winston Churchill's death by living the day like he did. It's really fun. If you want to have fun, I do it every January. And this year we bought each other samurai swords. This isn't it, but and so I live it out. I have champagne in bed. I know I have a scotch in bed with a cigar, and I eat his breakfast, and then I drink champagne throughout the day, and I have drinks like he did. I take a bath, I take a nap, I read the paper in bed, I give notes from the bathtub. I do everything he did. It's so fun. It's eventizing life. For me, it's something to look forward to. So he says to me, "I got you a gift." Now, Leanne had bought me a Winston Churchill breakfast set of all the stuff he had at his breakfast.
Wow.
And he gives me a teacup, and I'm like, "Oh my God, it's Winston Churchill's teacup." And he goes, "Buddy, it's your birthday, and I know how important history is to you, and only someone like you can really appreciate that." And he goes, "Hold that cup up." And I hold it, and he goes, "Take a sip from it." And I'm thinking, I'm drinking out of Winston Churchill's morning teacup. How special is this? And as I put it to my mouth, he goes, "That was the Führer's cup."
Oh my God.
And I realize I'm on camera drinking out of Hitler's teacup, and I can't stop laughing.
Oh my God.
I can't stop laughing. And Tom's like, "I spent $28,000 for it. It was really hard to get a hold of." And I'm just doubled over realizing what is happening. I'm realizing all of it in real time, and I could not stop laughing.
I mean, also the arch nemesis
of Churchill.
Yeah.
It's the last guy I like.
Yeah.
That's the last guy
That's the last guy I like. I could not stop laughing. And then I was like, "Buddy, I don't know what to get you. Like, I can't think of a hate crime to get you for your for your birthday. We got to stop. We have to stop."
Yeah.
And so we stopped this year. We stopped giving each other gifts because he's like, "We've gotten out of control.
Yeah.
It's unrelatable.
Yeah.
We have a race team now." No, for real, we have a race team. We started a race team. Well, I said to him, I go, "Bro, this is an investment. We're starting a race team. You're going to start learning how to drive." And so Tom's now taking racing lessons, and we're doing endurance racing. Tom's our driver. I think we got to have like 4 drivers for endurance racing. And then we're doing the gumball this year. We're going to drive
Gumball rally?
Yeah, from
No kidding.
from Cairo to Singapore.
Jeez,
Insane.
dude, that is so.
This is Tom's race car.
Wow.
When does that happen?
I think September. So yeah.
That's amazing.
Yeah, that's his race car.
That's a BMW.
2 bears in one cave.
Yeah, I got it wrapped. Listen, the car wasn't $100,000. Car was $35,000. I had to pump up a bunch of things. I had to get him a trailer for the car. I had to get the car wrapped. I had to get it up to specs. I had to it was an exhausting gift. Thank God we're done with this.
Wow. Yeah, no kidding, man. That got out of hand.
But the whole thing, our premise was when he got me my birthday, I was like, "You know me better than my wife. You get me the best presents." And then we were like, "I bet gay dudes get better presents than anyone." And then gay dudes started sending in their presents they got each other. And you're like, and you got to remember, they're just dudes, right?
Yeah.
They're just dudes, but they know they're dialed into their partner.
Yeah.
One dude's like, "My husband got me Subway Series tickets to the world's, like, from the, and it was like, and we stayed at the Four Seasons. Like, the gifts were through the roof.
Well thought out, thoughtful.
Dude, gay guys got it locked in.
You can't argue with that.
That's how we started Two Bears One Cave, is we were fantasizing about being gay. And we're like, what would you do? Like, how would we do it? And we talked about it. And then we couldn't stop laughing about it. The very first episode we did was when I was on your mom's house with him and Christina. And we couldn't stop laughing about if we were going to be gay. And Christina kept trying to jump in, and we were like, please stop talking. We're trying to figure out what our relationship would look like.
Oh, my God. That's brilliant. Listen, we got to take another break because we got Danny Trejo coming on.
No way.
He's going to be on the phone.
Do you
know him?
No, but Trejo Tacos is amazing.
Yeah. He's going to be touching on that a little bit.
You guys introduced me to such great celebrities.
Yeah.
I told Leanne last night. I met M. Night Shyamalan.
M. Night Shyamalan.
Through you guys. And Leanne's like,
Courtney Love.
Courtney Love?
Yep.
Rob McElhenney.
Rob McElhenney, yeah.
Guys, and now Danny Trejo?
How about that? Do you want to hang out and talk?
100. I have Zins here. Let's go.
All right. We're going to take a break. Bert Kreischer's playing the Wells Fargo Center tonight. So make sure you get your tickets and go to the show. We'll take a break, come back. Danny Trejo and Bert Kreischer on the program. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve.
and Bert Kreischer here in our studio with us this morning. Yeah, like all morning
The
long.
best kind of, like, you didn't know, Bert was coming on the show, but then he hangs out. It's like, this is awesome.
It's a beautiful
thing. We can
thing.
keep going.
And we have a guest we're going to welcome along with Bert here in just a second. But we got to get a look at traffic first. Let's get that out the way. Kathy, what's going on so far this morning?
An accident in New Jersey on 295 northbound. At exit 67, Route 1, right lane is blocked. You're jammed back to Arena Drive. On Bartram Avenue westbound, they've now got it closed between Essington Avenue and Holstein Avenue. It's that accident from earlier this morning. Schuylkill westbound, going from Montgomery to the Boulevard. An accident in the right lane. And then New Jersey Transit now running with 15-minute delays, getting a little bit better. It's from an earlier disabled train. This traffic report brought to you by teethkeepers.com. Dominion National offers dental and vision plans for everyone starting at under $8 a month at teethkeepersave.com. Go to teethkeepersave.com and enroll today. And that's your traffic on 93.3 WMMR.
All right, thanks, Kath. By the way, before we go to our guest on the line, Bert, you were talking about Trejo's Tacos.
Oh, it's amazing.
Yeah?
Danny Trejo is a legend and an inspiration for anyone in Hollywood.
Yeah.
Because the guy's so diverse. He's an amazing actor, and his journey is like
Just
fascinating.
talking is unbelievable. I mean, he has lived a hard life and turned things around, and now he's a pop culture icon.
Not only great shows like Breaking Bad, Sons of Anarchy, and movies like Machete and the Spy Kids series as well.
Kids.
But cookbooks. He's got holiday sweaters out now, which is just insane.
I gotta get one.
Let's get him on. Ladies and gentlemen, Danny Trejo on the program. Good morning, Danny.
Good morning. Hey, stay off of $2.99.
All right, we'll stay clear. Absolutely. Hey, Danny, we have a guest who's joining us. We've had a chance to have you in the studio, and we've talked to you many times, but our buddy Bert Kreischer, stand-up comedian, he's got a big show in Philadelphia, and he's never met, but he's a big fan and wanted to say hi.
Hey, what is up?
Danny, you are awesome, man. You are, I was saying it earlier, an absolute inspiration, man. Everything, your journey, where you are today, and the businessman you are is just visionary.
Hey, the secret is to have smart people around you.
Well, you're no Pike yourself. I mean, I was telling Danny about the documentary Inmate One. I mean, telling Bert about your documentary, which is just amazing, and your story. But I have to say, when we learned you were going to be on the show today, and the word is that you have a new line of mocktails, and I have never been a drinker. I've never been drunk in my life, but I've always felt left out of the like really cool cocktail world. So what can you tell me? What good news can Danny Trejo give to me?
You're the guy that doesn't want to have to explain why he's not drinking.
Exactly.
I haven't drank in 55 years. and honest to God, it's like people say, you're not drinking? You're like, they think I chuggle down tequila. You're two-fisted. And I think, no, I'm not drinking. So I've got a margarita that I absolutely love with no alcohol. You know what I mean? And people don't even ask, hey, what's up? Yeah, good game. Yeah.
And is this, but Danny, is this your own brand of non-alcoholic tequila that's a part of this, or are these just mocktail recipes?
No, it is a brand, and it tastes great. You know, I mean, it just tastes great, and everything we tried to do, everything. I had tasters that actually were, they sat there and we did it with the what do you call it? Not scientist, but
mixologist,
bartender.
Yeah.
But what did you call him?
Mixologist.
Mixologist.
Yeah, right. Mix and drinks, and hey, when everybody agreed, was let's do this one.
Well, you just raised the absolute point, which is that people will say, like, I'll be given a mocktail, like somebody give me like a mojito, and they'll say that this is a mocktail version of it, and then I'll give it to someone who actually drinks regular mojitos, and they'll say, no, it doesn't taste right. So right. So I want to kind of get the experience, but I without the alcohol, because I just don't like the inherent taste of alcohol.
I don't blame you.
Yeah. So
people used to come up and say, "Hey, you're not drinking?" I go, "Nah, why not? I'm gonna drive your wife home."
I'm gonna drive your wife home. Well, so this is actually though the mocktail thing has become huge. And so, how's the response been to it so far, Danny?
Well, one of the reasons the mocktail has become so huge is a lot of people during the pandemic that were staying home put on a lot of weight.
Yeah.
And so a lot of people have started cutting out sugar. And booze is all sugar. So they go, hey, a lot of them are just sugar-free.
Yeah, no, it's true. It's true. So let me ask you on the other level, because with the fact that we hear you have holiday sweaters, what's going on there?
God, I love them. I love them. It's like I still got some from last year, so I wear them. But the new one is just like funny, and it will win contests.
Well, my mind is blown by the thought of you, Danny Trejo. Oh, okay, we're looking at one now. There we go. Now I get it. Okay, it's your face. It says it's the most wonderful time for tacos. Okay, now I get it. So a real outlandish sweater. I love this. So are you around the holidays? You're totally into it.
Well, you should see my house. I was going to send you a picture. I've got reindeer out front. I got Santa. I got a dinosaur with a Christmas hat. I got all these animals out front of my house. People stop and take pictures and then realize it's my house.
It runs. What cracks us up?
On my door.
We just laugh. You're talking about Machete. You're talking about running completely contrary to the characters you played. That you were at home, setting up the decorations and the inflatable dinosaur on the front lawn just cracks me the hell up.
And it's funny. We took our time and just put another Disneyland out front, and people come by, stop, hog, and come out, take pictures, and I'm just you know what? I'm one of the Hollywood people that didn't hide.
Yeah.
Hey, I live about 2 miles from where I grew up.
And was that you just didn't want to leave your friends? Is that why you didn't leave the neighborhood?
Well, my mom had a house and she passed away, and so I was taking care of that, and I gave it to my daughter, and I just I've always loved living in the San Fernando Valley. It's a great place, and really people kind of leave me alone. If they're not here at 2 o'clock in the morning like they used to be in Venice.
Huh.
They come in, and I like my people.
Hey, Danny, you mentioned your mom. I know you got your cookbook. Any recipes from Mom make their way into that?
Yes. Oh, yeah, a whole bunch of them. And but my favorite is still the Baja Fresh taco. I love that.
Oh, my God.
I love fishing anyway.
That is so good. Yeah. And their hot sauces, they have a little salsa bar. Amazing. I go spicy, cut it in half, pour it in. Oh, my God. That is. Hey, do you have a recipe for menudo?
Yeah. You've been there.
Oh, dude, Baja Fresh. I can put on some LBs on that place.
So what is years ago, and I say this, years ago I despised Mexican food because I hadn't had authentic, real, and once you have it, that's why I'm really intrigued by this, Danny. What is the absolute must-have quintessential ingredient for good Mexican food? What do you have to look for to know you're eating in a real deal, legitimate place?
Great tortillas.
The tortillas.
Oh my God.
The great tortillas are everything.
You have to.
Yeah.
Yeah, they have like generic tortillas and they suck. But it's like good tortillas, and we have people that make our tortillas for us, and it's like they're just unbelievable. And I send friends of mine down to incognito. In fact, the staff told me, stop selling them. They all got tattoos on their neck. We know who they are. Look like they're going to rob the place when they walk in.
But they're just simply working for you. That's great.
So Danny, you recommend if somebody wants to buy some gifts for the holiday, get the full package, the cookbook, the sweaters, all at DannyTrejo.com?
Yeah. You know what is really Keith Davidson, the guy on Saturday Night Live?
Yeah.
Anyway, he did a song, man. It was like awesome. I loved it.
He did a song?
Yeah, he wrote a song about me.
Oh,
no kidding.
Danny Trejo song. Yeah.
I want to be like Danny Trejo.
That's it.
Like, why did he?
Yes,
Why did
yeah.
you know him, though?
I remember it. I saw it on SNL. Yes, absolutely. Very, very funny. Yeah, I totally forgot about that.
Nice.
I think we can all say that, Danny.
Yeah. All right, man. Well, listen, Danny, have a great holiday season. We'll send people to DannyTrejo.com.
You guys, man, and have a happy holiday season every day.
All right. You too, buddy. We'll see you. Danny Trejo, guys. Yeah. DannyTrejo.com. He's got the cookbooks, the sweaters, and his non-alcoholic tequila. I couldn't hear a lot of what he was saying.
I know, but you would never tell Danny Trejo because
No, I'm not going to say that.
you.
No.
Yeah.
I'm not going to say that to him at all.
He's the best.
He's apparently got a new movie coming out, too. But
How are you doing this today? How are you getting up, doing all that? Are you going to take a nap today?
Yeah, I'll take a nap.
Okay, good.
I'll work out before the show. I'm gonna I'll go down to
train with the athletes train. You can go right into Wells Fargo.
That's the beautiful thing about doing these arenas is you get their gyms.
That's so you're not going to work out at the hotel gym.
No.
Okay.
I'm out of the hotel right now. The bus will go over to the venue.
Okay.
I'll go over to the bus.
So I've worked out in not their main gym in there, but they have the secondary one, which is great. I mean, as you would well imagine, it's amazing.
I leave my workout up on the board, the erase board, and I punch up the numbers a little bit. I'm like 250 for 10 times, and then I write Bert Kreischer's workout. Enjoy, boys.
What are you benching these days?
I did 225 10 times the other day.
Did you really?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I probably bench. I'm the strongest I've ever been. I literally am the strongest I've ever been. I did a strict press of 180, and Tom was like, because Tom's dad was a legit power lifter. He's like, 180. And I was like, I can do more. And then I hurt my back.
Yeah.
I used to do powerlifting years ago, and you switch, and then you start to realize, wow, that really hurts.
Oh.
And so eventually you get those injuries. But now I'm told I have what is called old man strength, which is kind of cool too.
Well, that helps too.
Yeah.
Do you listen to music in your headphones while you work out?
Yeah.
Okay, so because I was working out yesterday, this is a great thing to listen to. The Hold music with New Jersey Easy Pass.
Oh, really?
Yeah, that is a great workout soundtrack. I listened to it for an hour and a half yesterday while I worked out.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Yeah. I listen to Girl Talk. It's the best.
Yeah.
I love Girl. Yeah, our old video guy, Nick Murphy, introduced me to Girl Talk. They remixed songs.
Preston's shaking his head. He's like, well,
I have no idea what that is.
So I was about to explain it.
Yeah.
So Girl Talk takes songs that you recognize. DJ Cummerbund that we have on the show?
Yeah.
Think about that, but with a whole bunch of hip-hop songs. And also, Preston, I actually think you would like this stuff.
You would love it.
And you're a difficult person to please when it comes to new music. So go into it with an open mind. Is it good workout music?
It's like Trick Daddy meets Kelly Clarkson.
Okay.
It really is. And then all of a sudden, because you know all her lyrics, you're singing with the Trick Daddy beat, and then Trick Daddy will come in. It's awesome. It's great cardio music. It's great workout music.
Are you a Kelly Clarkson fan?
I'm a huge Kelly
So
Clarkson
we're friends with Justin Guarini.
Oh,
yeah. So, you remember the movie they did together from Justin to Kelly?
Of course.
Yeah. So it's one of my favorite movies of all time.
Kelly Clarkson delivers.
She delivers in that movie.
She delivers in life.
In life.
I've done her show a couple times.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, she delivers.
She can wail.
Dude.
I mean, she's got an incredible
She's a great
voice.
singer.
And you know what's great about Kelly Clarkson? Second the camera goes off, she's Kelly Clarkson. She's like a regular person.
Yeah.
Like I was me, her, and Gwen Stefani doing a show, and cameras go off, and Kelly's just like, "Hey, you do IVs?" And I was like, "Yeah." She's like, "What's your drip?" What? She just is a regular, an interesting person. Curses, like just awesome.
I like that.
All right, so you mentioned Gwen Stefani. Can we talk? Well, we've met her and we talked to her, but I want to talk to you about Gavin Rossdale and your interaction with him with the cooking show. Wait, it was so good.
With the cooking show, yeah.
I had on my cooking show, and I don't even remember. We were talking about being married, and then I was saying something, and he goes, "Yeah, I was married," and I was like, "Yeah, we know." and then it was quiet, and then I was like, "How did it end?" and then he started laughing, and then I started complimenting his ex-wife. I go, "She's beautiful." He's like, "She's like, this is it," and I was like, "She's gorgeous, man. Her skin is perfect." He's like, "Yeah, I know." And then Gavin Rossdale and I became friends because of it. He was like, "Leave it in, keep it in the show. It's funny." And I was like, "Really?" And then he was like, I was like, "Hey, can I show you my tour bus?" And he was like, "Yeah." Went back, showed him my tour bus, and he really respected I designed my tour bus differently. And he was like, "You rent this out?" And I was like, "I rent it out to you."
Yeah,
And then every now and then, Gavin Rossdale texts me, and he's like, "You drink a lot. You drink every night?" And I'm like, "Yeah." And he's like, "You're fine, right?" Like I'm his canary in the mine.
Oh my God.
So you have a rock star picking your brain on how to live a rock star life.
Dude, and he sends like cool texts. Like he'll be like, "Hey man, I'm watching the sunrise this morning with a cup of coffee, just checking in on you." Like he's just a cool dude.
He has a long history with this radio station. Bush has been in this very studio performing, and I remember I used to work for a midday guy. His name's Pierre, and the first time Pierre ever interviewed him, he was really quiet, not responsive. It was a terrible interview. And a lesson I learned that day was always give somebody a second chance, because he came back on and was really engaged. He apologized for being really sleepy the first time around. And he's still a really good musician. They put out new music that's fantastic. I've seen him live a few times.
I wanted to do a video of me getting in my polar plunge and him going, "Breathe in, breathe out, breathe in, breathe out."
By the way, he's a good actor. He's in one of my favorite underrated movies, Constantine, with Keanu Reeves.
Oh, yeah.
He plays a demon, and he's friggin' awesome.
He's beautiful.
Yeah, he's a beautiful man.
He's beautiful,
man.
and his skin's perfect.
Yeah,
his hair's perfect.
You could have complimented his skin as well as his ex-wife.
Oh, their kids must have great skin.
Probably right.
Gwen Stefani's distractingly attractive. Rosario Dawson, distractingly attractive.
We were on. I remember we had that moment, Preston.
Yeah,
it was Kate Beckinsale was out at the press junket for the movie Pearl Harbor. They had the radio row is on the flight deck of the John C. Stennis, a nuclear aircraft carrier.
In Pearl Harbor. We were in Hawaii.
And we are, of course, we've crawled out of the bowels of hell looking as hideous as we do. And then Kate Beckinsale comes along and it's like, what have you brought us here? What is this?
Yeah.
Is that human?
Yeah.
It's not fair when here's the problem with really attractive people like that is that when you see them, you can't stop staring.
Yes.
And then
it's not
without
even,
question.
It's not even it may not even be out of attraction. It's like you can't comprehend how did that get so perfect?
Reese Witherspoon was writing in her journal at a coffee shop one time, and you walk past her and I went, "Hey," because she's so attractive.
Right.
You just go, "Hey," and you think you know her.
Yeah.
And then I was like, "How you doing?" And she's writing in her journals right when she was going through her divorce.
Yeah.
And she was like, "Hi," and I was like, "Hey, what you writing?" And then I was like, "Wait, oh, you're Reese Witherspoon.
Yeah.
Oh, wow."
I don't know you.
We
I
had
don't know you at all.
when we had Anya Taylor-Joy in here.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And she was standing right here, and I just couldn't stop looking at her. You know what I mean?
It's almost annoying.
Yeah.
Because you want to
stop it.
You do want to.
Like
who
you're
do
telling
I,
you that voice
who
is
do
saying,
I
"Stop
talk
it."
to? I have a problem here. Who do I talk to?
Yeah. Oh, I'll tell you, Adriana Chechik
Who dat?
is a porn star.
Okay.
And I said irresponsibly, I said, we were doing a podcast with her, Two Bears. Yeah. And I said, I think I'd be powerless to you because she's so hot.
Right.
Like, I don't know, like, if she tried to, like, kiss you, you'd be like, I don't know what to do.
Yeah.
It would be one of the things, like, I have a thing. If anyone ever comes on to me, I just go, I'm married. But with her, she'd make you double step where you go, I think I'm married. I don't know if I'm married.
You succumb.
I mean,
You tell her I'm going to succumb right now.
Christy Mack.
I don't know what to do.
Who's Christy? Is that
You
another
guys
porn
need to
star?
get up on your porn stars. Jesus. I'm going to start going to dudes.
Amateur stuff.
I know Christy Mack.
Christy Mack came backstage, and I was like, she is just gorgeous, and her boyfriend's even cooler. And you're like, oh, okay, I'll have both of you.
You, Bert, do not follow Adriana on Instagram.
Yeah, I do.
That doesn't.
Brat Nasty?
Yeah, Brat Nasty.
Do you ever talk with David? David Tell is like an old school.
Oh.
He used to do that old porn. That
Dave's
series.
old porn.
Dave's old porn.
I did Fully Loaded. Dave's always on Fully Loaded when I take him out. And I take him out for me. And one of my favorite memories I've ever had is Father's Day with Georgia, watching David Tell and watching her cry laughing.
Wow.
And I was like,
That's
this
great.
is it. And then the last Fully Loaded, we're in Dayton, and I wanted to have a party night with Dave. Like I wanted, like I don't know. It's like, and Dave doesn't party anymore, but he looks at me and says, I'll go to a bar. Let's go to a bar. And I walked in with Dave Attell, and the place went bananas. They're like, and then we ended up back behind the bar making drinks, taking pictures. Dave is the funniest human being alive.
He's unbelievably good, and he did the like as you've done tons of stuff with us and for us, and he did the Camp Out for Hunger. He did the comedy show one time, and just always there, very very charitable guy, but his mind is super sharp. The last time he was here though, it was funny. He goes, He goes, I have to decide if I think I'm up to my own standards. Like he was having sort of I don't want to say a crisis, but he's like, I think you're still as good as ever. But he's always running a diagnostic on himself and his capabilities.
He said a throwaway joke one time that I think about all the time. He goes, "Is it just me, or does an owl look like an attorney for a parrot?" and I just couldn't stop laughing at that.
One of his best lines is, which I love, is actually goes, he goes, I don't like to travel. That's probably because my dad used to beat me with a globe.
I like a woman who doesn't shave down there. I want something natural, something in between a wizard and a terrorist. Like he's just. By the way, I'm telling David Tell jokes. I could do this all day long.
Yeah.
He is my favorite. We were going to do a documentary called "Don't Tell a Tell," where we just talked about Attell and then filmed his sets. And then Attell first day he goes, "Don't do the documentary." And I went, "What? Who told you?" And he's like, there's ears everywhere." He is the best. He would on the bus. He would sit up in the jump seat, didn't sleep, just smoke cigarettes in the jump seat, and doesn't sleep at night. Had coffee all night. And I will say, extremely generous with his money. Whenever he goes and does a club, he always gets pizza for everyone. And
charities up homeless, police charity, everything, military, everything. He's a great guy.
So on Fully Loaded and on the cruise, Mark Norman was a part of the Fully Loaded. Savi was there. Who right now makes you laugh the hardest amongst that group and your friends, or people that have been on the tour with you?
Honestly, and I mean this for real. I know I've talked about him. Shane Gillis.
Yeah,
Shane Gillis is, for many reasons. And I was telling this to the Flyers last night. Shane is the bro. He is the bro. You get text from him like on a Sunday morning. He's like, "How great are airport beers?" And you're like, and then you'll be like, "Where are you?" And he's like, "My flight got delayed. I'm watching football, drinking cold beers. How great is this?" And then you just he's just fun like that.
Do you know what the thing is? Also, is that deceptively when you see him, you think he's going to be more acrimonious and more contentious because he kind of has got a meatheadish look to him, But I don't mean that, look at me for Christ's sake.
Yeah.
But he is very self-deprecating. He's very self-deprecating, and so that's very disarming. And he knows how to. The audience really likes him. I mean, because I was telling you before, I'm seeing his videos pop up like crazy on social media, the small snippets, and he does probably. Pound for pound, the best Trump I've ever heard in my life.
Watching my daughter and her best friend, who are woke, they're the woke generation. He told his first joke about going to Abraham Lincoln or George Washington's plantation or whatever.
Yeah.
And he's workshopping it.
Yeah.
And it's on a special now, I think. And Georgia and Daisy were laughing, but they were covering their mouth. I go, "What are you doing?" They're like, "We're not supposed to laugh at this." And I go, "Baby, this is comedy. This is what's beautiful about comedy." I go, "Just enjoy it." And they fell in love with Shane. I mean, they love Shane. And the last night of the tour, Shane goes up, George and Daisy, and he goes, "You guys sneaking beers?" And they're like, "No." And he's like, "Come on, I'm not your dad. Are you sneaking beers?" And they're like, "No." And he goes, "You can level with me." And they're like, "Yeah, we're sneaking beers." And Shane comes down, sits next to me, goes, "Daisy and George are drinking beers." I said, "Really?" And he goes, "You should know you're their dad."
He's your undercover cop.
He's the best, dude.
Yeah.
The last Fully Loaded we opened at Forest Hills at the old tennis stadium.
Oh, yeah. I've been there many times.
It's beautiful.
Yeah.
It's beautiful. And Shane's like, "I'm in New York. I want to do it." Because he wasn't on the list. He's like, "I want to do it." I was like, "Great. We'll have you as a surprise guest." So we bring Shane out. And then Shane's agents were like, "He's done. He's not doing it anymore." And then Shane goes, "Can I drive up to Pennsylvania? Can I do one more?" And I was like, "Yeah." And he goes, "I messed up, man. I should have done this tour." When we did the first Fully Loaded, I was telling the guys at Flyers this. We did the first Fully Loaded. We're at a ballpark in Indiana. And Shane goes, and I go last, and we're at second base. The stage is on second base, sold out, the entire on this field, everything. And Shane goes, "You running out from the dugout?" And I went, "What?" And he goes, "Buddy, you're running out. You're on a baseball field in a sold out. You're not going to have that energy." He goes, "Enter Sandman. You come running out." I'm getting chill bumps, and then dun 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 zone, and Shane's coaching me through it. It starts with a walk. It goes into a sprint. Mariano Rivera, you run up on stage. I'm telling you, kill a beer. That's how you start this. And I was like, let's do it. And then the next show, he's like, all right, you come in on a zip line. I'm like, all right, pump the brakes, Shane. Oh, dude. So then, ladies and gentlemen, you know him from his movie The Machine. He's got specials on Netflix, Razzle Dazzle, Hey Big Boy, Secret Time. Ladies and gentlemen, Bert Kreischer, the door opens, spotlight, and I'm walking, right? And then I go, jog. Right? And the place is going bananas, and you can see Shane just killing a beer. Let's go! Let's go! And then it's sprint. And the place is going nuts, and then you time it out, rip your shirt off perfectly. Shut up! That's why I want to have my funeral. I want my funeral to enter Sandman.
How long did it take for you to adjust to that giant venue, right? Because you're playing clubs and then theaters, and then, I mean, the going from a theater to a stadium or a ballpark is a massive, massive leap forward, and you definitely have to bring like show elements up quite a bit, you know. So how was that adjustment for you?
The first one was in Green Bay. I didn't know we were doing an arena, and I went in and I was like, wait, where? Because sometimes these arenas will have a small theater,
right?
And I was
you figure that's it. Right?
I was like, wait, what are we doing here? We're doing, and then Aaron Rodgers showed up on my tour bus, and I was like, oh, things have changed. Like all the Packers were there, and I got to be honest with you, I would argue I'm better in an arena right now than I am a club, because you'll see this tonight, but like I've been doing specials so much that my art form translates to the screen pretty well.
Yeah.
And I ended up getting 2 huge screens that are next to me, and you have it on the Jumbotron. Most people watch the screens.
Yeah.
So your small, this sounds so counterintuitive, but your small movements play better in an arena than they do in a comedy club. In a comedy club, you got to be a little more animated and larger. Dane Cook.
It does make sense because now it used to be, how can you do that? Now the tech makes it. It's absolutely easy.
I got a great sound system. I tell everyone this. I spent a lot of money on the stage so that it feels like you're there. I'll tell you the number: $1.7 million to travel with a stage. But the reason is like, dude, cut your pay, make the show more than they want. Make it so that they go, that was amazing. And that's why I have no problem paying a little extra for DJ Jazzy Jeff and Miss Pat and bringing a big stage, because I want people to have an event. I want them to really enjoy it. And I love arenas.
Well, you enjoy it too. Can you share the story? Because we talked a little bit last night about playing the Gorge this summer, but you also played Red Rocks. Are you cool with sharing that?
Yeah. So when you play Red Rocks, because it's one road in, one road out, they tell you, listen, right when you're done, we can put you in a sprinter, like most people. I won't say their names, but all my friends that played Red Rocks, you can Google them. All my friends. You can get in a sprinter, and you can leave immediately, because that's what most people do.
Yeah.
Or if you stay, you're going to have to stay for like 3 hours while everything empties. I go, what do we do? And they're like, well, you can just party. I was like, are you being serious? I get Red Rocks to myself for 3 hours? You mean I'm going to be at Red Rocks at 1 a.m?
Yeah.
I was like, I'm staying. I've done Red Rocks 3 times now. I throw the biggest party after. I get it catered. I tell everyone to come backstage. Everyone's backstage. We got, and then at the end, we all go out to the stage in Red Rocks, smoke joints, eat mushrooms, drink cocktails, look at the stars, look at the constellations. It is the great. I don't understand what's wrong with Segura, Sebastian, all these guys that want to get in a car and go home immediately. Because I go, this is the party. This is why you do it. And then I go, when I do Red Rocks, I stay the night before and the night after, and I see the bands that are there. So I've seen Wilco, I've seen Goose, I saw Jimmy Buffett. I got to hang out with Jimmy Buffett. Yeah. Jimmy Buffett's like, yo, bring him backstage. I want to do a podcast with him. And you were like, what?
That was wild,
dude, as a kid from Florida, and everyone knows my brand. I like to party. I like everything to be fun. Hanging out getting to pick his brain was like the coolest thing.
We saw Buffett on an island at a private concert, and what was the name of it? Anguilla.
It was crazy.
That was
I'm
awesome.
not even a big Buffett
surreal.
fan, but it was just, it was mind-boggling.
Dude, it's the funnest. Like, doing the shows are great, but like getting to go to the Flyers game last night, it's better than the show a little bit. Like for me, because you get to go backstage, you get to hang out, and you get to show your wife how cool it is, and like
show off a little.
Yeah, show off, but more importantly, it's like how cool is like VIP access.
Let me ask you: do you think you could pull? Because you remember years ago when you were here, you were doing the call out of work.
Yeah.
and you do that during the day.
That was probably the beginning of me starting to listen to myself. Of going like, I have an idea, I'm just going to do it, and like no one thought it was a good idea.
What do you think? What could you think you could pull off a big arena call out from work? And like that would be like the holy grail of a confluence of a during the day event. Because a lot of people are pushing for rock shows that start earlier. Like, you know what I'm saying? Because, but I mean, that to me, that was such a brilliant concept, and people freaked out for that.
I'll tell you what my next big white whale is I want to do 2 nights at Arena. I want to do it with Tom. We're talking about doing this for the Super Bowl, but do 2 nights and do the first night all old material.
Oh, wow.
Do all old material and then do the second night all new material. Because that's when you see like Widespread or Dead and Company or we saw Metallica. Metallica sold weekend passes and you could go both nights and they didn't play any of the songs from the first night on the second night.
Yeah. And you had to buy both nights.
No, you could buy one night.
Oh, really?
I ended up buying both nights. And then on the second night, I was like, I want to bring just friends. I don't want you to go.
That's great.
And so, but that is...
Well, I saw you the Comedy Store special, and you did an old set at for that. I love that. I love
people
that,
people always yell out. They're like Starbucks or Eyeless Period or something, and I'm always like, I'm working on new stuff. I'll tell some stuff at the end,
right?
But and it's fun to tell those old ones you haven't told them, and you get into it, and then you punch it up,
right?
Like I think it would be cool if you could do a tour and with me, Sebastian, and Tom. And the first night, maybe throw in Ali Wong. Yeah. And the first night we all do 30 minutes of old or 40 minutes of old material. I think it's just such a. I mean, I know for a fact. I was at Joe's Club and everyone's chanting the Machine, and I was like, guys, it's a comedy club. I'm not going to tell the Machine. And they're like, come on, please, please. And I saw Ron White upstairs.
Ron White, yeah.
And I said, I'll tell you what. I'll tell the Machine if Ron White tells Tater Salad.
All right.
And Ron White's like, you got me. And I'll tell you, the energy in that room when he told Tater Salad, the energy in that room was like you were listening to Foo Fighters Unplugged. Yeah. Like everyone was like, and Ron didn't remember the story. Like he was like, I don't even know how it starts. And everyone goes, you were drinking in a bar. And he's like, I was drinking in a bar in New York. Yeah. And then we got done, and he comes up and he goes, I'd only do that for you.
Oh, that's awesome.
And then, by the way, he told it, and then they're like, now tell the Machine. I go, I can't follow that. The Machine's not as good as that.
Ron White, he has a lengthy story about, is it ayahuasca?
Oh, bro!
Have you? He did 2 days of that. Did you heard this story?
He told it on Rogan.
Insane.
He is, man. He's everything you want him to be.
Yeah, we've had him on the show. He's that guy.
Yeah.
And the fact that he's walking around is a constant miracle.
I went to his house one time to do a podcast, and I get this beautiful house in Beverly Hills, up in the hills. I get there, and he's not there yet. And they're like, Ron will be here in a second. And he walks in, and he's like, hey, tequila? And I was like, yeah. So we do a shot of tequila. He goes, you smoke? And I was like, I'll smoke anything right now. Yeah. We smoked a joint, had some tequila, and did a podcast. And I was just like, I wanted to be like, thank you. Yeah. Thank you for letting me believe like that everything you are is what you are. And that guy continues, like when you hang out with him.
If he'd taken you out of the basement to do some chanting, it would have been.
He used to at the I'm telling Ron White stories, and I apologize, Ron, if this isn't what you want out there. But like the coolest thing about Ron is you'd be at the Comedy Store, and just anyone, and he'd be like, who wants to go up to my house and have a drink? And he'd bring a bunch of just open micers and kids and us up to his house, and you could party up at his house, and no one gets access to mansions like that,
right?
So like to know what's possible in comedy, and you got to admit cool. Those guys, him, Engvall, Larry, all those guys, Steve Harvey, Bernie, Cedric, they set precedent for where comedy is today. Those are the guys that were doing arenas and kind of opened the door. And then Rogan comedy is in a place right now where I'm amazed. It's the only place to go is stadiums.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Does Ron live close to the Comedy Store, or
he used to?
Okay,
no, actually, not even really.
Because I was out there. Was it this year?
Yeah.
Last year I drove across country, and I ended up. I saw the Comedy Store. I wanted to go in. We ended up going to the Rainbow Room instead, but I couldn't believe the hill that went straight up behind the Comedy Store because I tried to turn around and I was going up this hill that I was like, how is?
That's Johnny Depp's hill.
Okay,
he owns all the houses on that hill.
Does he?
Except for one. One guy won't sell, so Johnny Depp put a huge gorilla facing his backyard.
No.
Yeah.
Seriously?
Yeah. I got a call from Stanhope one night. And he's like, "You want to come?" No, I got a call from Johnny Depp, and it was like, "Bert, I'm with Stanhope. I heard your party.
Oh my God.
Come meet up." I was at a holiday party with my family, and I left.
Yeah.
I was like, "I'm gonna go party with Johnny Depp and Stanhope."
Yeah.
And I get there, it's just Stanhope. He's like, "Johnny's going to be back." And Johnny never showed up again.
Oh,
we just stayed at his house drinking, waiting for him.
So he invites you to a party
I
and
fell
he's not
asleep
there.
in Jon Snow's bed. It's like a wolf. I took pictures. It was like, it's crazy. It's crazy. This is Charlie Manson's old blanket. You'll enjoy it.
Oh, my.
Like, just
God.
There's a dude, when you talk about a dude who really spends the money, I mean, you remember the accounting that first took place after the first split. And he had bought a cannon, and he had like 30 houses. Yeah. I mean, he had the money, and he earned it. He spent it.
He's the best.
That's insane. All right, but listen, I want to take another break because we're going to have somebody call in.
Yeah, I believe he's going to call in the next break.
Okay, we're going to have
Depp?
Yeah, no, it's not Johnny
We'll
Depp.
text him.
Yeah, we'll try and see if we can get Johnny on. But Bert, hang out for a few more minutes.
Yeah.
All right, Bert Kreischer's here.
I got another Zin. Let's go.
Yeah, Wells Fargo Center tonight, by the way. DJ Jazzy Jeff, Miss Pat. There's a whole bunch of people that are on board. But we'll come back in a second and a quick surprise guest to join us. Bert, stay with us.
Audio thing, something I had told you about off.
tonight. If there are tickets left, go get them. A lot of entertainment happening. We're going to spend even more time with him, and I believe somebody might be checking in on this next segment. We're going to take a look at traffic first, see what's happening. Kathy, what do you have for us?
It's looking pretty good on the roads. We have a couple of things happening in New Jersey. Route 38. It looks like it's closed both directions, eastbound between Savory Way and Always Drive. This is because of a gas leak. And then same on the westbound side, Always Drive to Savory Avenue. 295 northbound, slow between Sloan Avenue and Route 1. An accident cleared. Schuylkill Expressway westbound, slowing Montgomery to the Boulevard. There was an accident in there. That is now gone. And then Bartram Avenue westbound. They've got just the westbound side closed now between Essington Avenue and Holstein Avenue, and that's because of an accident. This traffic report brought to you by Pennsylvania Health Insurance. Get the lowest cost on high-quality health coverage now through Penny. Enroll by December 15th at penny.com. That's penny.com. And that's your traffic on 93.3 WMMR.
If we were doing the Bizarre File right now,
Yeah.
it would be brought to you by J-Dog Junk Removal and Hauling. Got junk, want it gone, then you want J-Dog Junk Removal and Hauling, veteran and military, family-owned and operated, and you can visit J-Dog Junk Removal, RDSC.com. That's J-Dog Junk Removal, RDSC.com. But we're hanging with Bert this morning. Otherwise, I did have a story about a woman stabbing her boyfriend in the eye with a hypodermic that was meant for rabies.
Can you do that tomorrow?
Yeah, we'll do that
give us the whole
tomorrow.
thing because I want to work my way around that one.
Rabies is that's the killer.
Did you ever see the movie Quarantine?
No, I don't even need to. I got bit by a bat in Costa Rica.
What?
Yeah, and I said I didn't get the rabies shot.
What?
I know. And then I just was like, I said to this lady.
Lethal.
I didn't know that at the time.
Yeah.
It's Costa Rica.
Yeah,
I was
the
like,
rabies is better.
I was like, hey, I think I got bit by a bat, and the guy goes, hey, pura vida, and see, that's the bat bite, and so
Wow.
yeah, and so I go back to the States, and she's like, do you need a rabies vaccination? I went, no, I got bit by a bat, I should be fine. She was like, that's not how it works.
No. Yeah.
And you just die.
So there is no. If you go past a certain point and you are a human who contracts rabies, you're going to die.
Yeah, you don't tell me. I googled all the symptoms. I waited for it.
Yeah.
Laid in bed for my back to start hurting.
You know the weird thing about rabies is people who are in advanced and they're going to die, they have a bizarre fear of water.
Yes, they fear water.
Yeah. Like it's for some reason, like if you bring water near someone who is rabid and they're going to die, they are like terrified of it. Isn't that weird?
If you want a good rabies movie to watch, Quarantine.
Yeah, Quarantine.
Yeah, because they all
Messed
contract
up.
sort of a form of rabies.
Yep.
And they're sealed up in this apartment complex. It's like a hybrid version of rabies.
What's the sickest you've ever been?
I got the bird flu.
Oh yeah, the bird flu.
Bert, I was going to say the exact same thing. That was the sickest I ever
Oh, not the
was.
bird flu, not the bird flu. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Swine flu.
Swine, yeah, that's what
Chuck
it is.
got that.
Yeah.
You got that too, Kath?
I had that too. That was worse than COVID. That was worse than any flu I ever had.
I've had COVID 7 times.
7?
Yeah, I got COVID a lot. I was like a honeypot back then.
I never got it.
Last time I got COVID was when I shot Razzle Dazzle and I gave it to everyone on our plane. It was a private jet. They earned it. It was my manager, my agent, my wife. We all got it.
Yeah.
But yeah.
But if you're going to get it on a private jet.
Yeah, no, I've had COVID so much. The swine flu.
Yeah.
I went to Mexico and it's the sickest I've ever been where I thought I might die.
Yeah.
I really might die. And it took me forever to get over. I couldn't drink. Like that was the killers. Usually, even with COVID, towards the end, you're like, I could have a cocktail tonight.
Right.
But nope.
I remember not being able to move. Like I just was like, I felt like lifeless.
Oh, I couldn't breathe. Like my breathing got real shallow.
That's where it gets scary.
And that's where it gets real scary.
So the twice food poisoning for me was the sickest, and I say that the real fear was that I wouldn't die. That's how bad it got. I mean, that kind where you find one position where you can sort of stay in and mitigate a little bit of the pain, and that food poisoning twice was it, and it's just horrific. But though the good thing with food poisoning, if there is, it's over within about 24 hours.
I thought you were going to say you end up skinny.
You do? Yeah. I dropped like 8 pounds in a day.
Yeah.
Yeah. I was guzzling Pedialyte.
The last time I got food poisoning was in Spokane, Washington, and I in the middle of the night I had to get out of my bus in my underwear and throw up outside the bus, and I know there's pictures of that.
I had MRSA one time.
Oh yeah.
Oh, my dad had that. That is
It was bad, and I remember laying in bed after several days of just feeling the most miserable I've ever felt in my life, and that's the first time I ever thought. Now I see why people who have chronic illness want to end it
euthanasia
at some point. Because I was just like, this, I can't live like this.
He was doing the show. He would come in and do the show, and he'd have his arm up on a pillow.
Yeah, because I had a big old.
Oh, is this after surgery?
No, I didn't end up having one day. They were giving some heavy antibiotics that knocked it out, but it was it was in my armpit, the lymph area. And it was extremely painful, and I just felt hideous for days, like a week. It was terrible.
Yeah, my dad got it after his surgery, and he said, my dad cried after it, and was like, I've never thought I was going to die like that. It was a huge blood infection, too.
Wow. Yeah, you got to watch out for that stuff.
Yeah.
But now look at you get your blood, you get
Health,
the
health
Rogan
is
system.
wealth.
Yeah.
If you could give, I lost 40 pounds, and if you could give that joy to someone, like just to all of a sudden just wake up 40 pounds lighter, you change everything. You change your lifestyle, you start working out. It feels so good to be healthy. I say this a lot. I have a lot of joy in my life. I'm always smiling. I'm always happy. And I'm quantifiably way more happy now that I've lost weight, and I'm still morbidly obese.
You're not morbidly
235 pounds.
Yeah.
But I feel phenomenal.
Well, I was talking about it. I was watching the Wade Boggs interview, and I just I jumped down to the comments, and somebody wrote, she's a lifelong fan, loved the hell out of you, and they said, like, you have never been more on your game with that stuff, now, and that's got to be good.
Well, there was a period of time where I was lifeless doing podcasts because I was so busy and so hungover and I would just try to get there. And I just was like not delivering. And then when I stopped drinking, I remember Tom said, "I'd like you so much better sober." I said, "Really?" He goes, "This energy you have is just you're full of life."
I wanted to mention a clip that Casey had initially shared and just absolutely floored me was I believe Leanne, your wife, was going to wax your ass.
Oh, she was going to, no,
What was she going to do?
I was doing sit-ups and I had bruised I had burned like a burn in my butt cheeks.
Okay, yeah.
And we were in Cayman Islands, and I said, "Will you take a look at it and put ointment on it?"
This was phenomenal.
And I just got to the bathroom, and she said, "There's toilet paper back here." And I went, "What?" And then she starts laughing, and she goes, "You got toilet paper? Oh my God, honey!" And then as I was laughing, I was squeezing my butt cheeks, and she'd lose it. And then she took a picture of it, and I was gonna do.
He's laying prone, by the way. Yeah. She's looking at his butt, and
I wanted to do a promo video for Philly of her putting ointment on my ass and like, "Yo, Philly, I'm getting ready for you."
Oh,
and so I set up my camera. She didn't know my camera was set up, and then we just had that video, and I sent it to Victoria. I was like, "Hey, is this acceptable for Instagram?" She was like, "I think it's gonna go viral."
See, now that would have been like, my wife and I, one of a little private, unbelievably awesome moment. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Just to live in the life of your relationship, and you guys have this happen on camera.
Oh, it was the best was like I don't read comments like I just stay out of them because it's like once you put it out there, you put it out there.
There's no benefit to it.
But the comments were so positive, overwhelmingly positive. I read Instagram stories, like I flip through all the stories, and people are like, if I can't find a person like this, I don't want to find love. Like it was like I don't know.
Honestly, the person that you love, the person you're married to, you will do this stuff. You ever see the movie This Is 40, the Judd Apatow movie?
It's so great.
Yeah, he's got his legs up in the air.
Yeah.
I need you to look at my butt.
Well, that was the opening joke to Razzle Dazzle. Was my ass hairs had tied into a knot, and I needed her to cut them because I couldn't untangle them. And she was like, "I'll do it." And then my daughters walked in, and I am upside down.
Oh my God.
Yeah. It's the worst thing they could ever see.
Yeah.
I love your impression of her, by the way. When she eventually gets into Foghorn Leghorn.
Oh, wait till you hear the one tonight. I have a story about Isla and I buying traffic cones. That is, I think it's like probably the best bit out of this hour.
Oh, that's great.
And I'm really bad with accents. I'm every accent turns into a Swedish dude, but hers all of a sudden morphs into like Buford T. Justice.
Right, yeah.
And then she doesn't like it. She's like, "I don't sound like that." And I was like, "You definitely do. You 100%. Hey, ain't no baby boy traffic on."
Hey, I have to give you something. I've had something in my possession for about 4 years now. It's actually not from me, but it's from the Families Behind the Badge Children's Foundation. You earned that cycling jersey by riding your bike from Philadelphia to Atlantic City.
Speaking of ass hairs, that was the biggest mistake I ever made.
Yeah.
You had done a show the night before.
I did a show at the Met, two shows. I did 2 shows.
Yeah.
And I ended up getting wasted and then waking up at 6 in the morning and riding a bike from Philly to Jersey, which sounds a lot easier on paper.
Yeah. I mean,
I will tell you this. If you're listening, I know you have your problem with the Sun Pass or the Easy Pass. Someone needs to fix the roads.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Those
It's
roads.
smoother now.
You know, you introduced me to Uncrustables that day.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
I started eating Uncrustables at a crazy rate after that.
And now you're like putting them in batter and.
Bro, I'm an Uncrustable fan. Patty the Batty, the prize fighter, had never had an Uncrustable, and then he just hit me up. He's like, you know, man, I can't stop eating these things.
Uncrustables are
They're
great.
so good.
Yeah.
They're so good.
We I have to buy them in bulk at like Costco or BJ's or whatever, and
The
then
only way to buy them.
But you put them in the freezer. Do you even wait for them to thaw, or do you just eat them frozen?
I'll eat them. I've eaten them frozen.
Yeah.
But the best one was the one you guys had them in a cooler, and so it was like the bags were wet, and I was so hungry, and we were at a truck stop in Jersey, and man, I wolfed it down. And I remember looking at you, go, I haven't had an Uncrustable forever, and you're like, they're good, huh? And I was like, and I started on Uncrustables hardcore. God, I love
when you have those epiphanies. I mean, there's a segment we do every week that Preston collects these things, the connoisseur, and it's all that kind of comfort food. And it's like, are we overdoing this? Is this too much? Everyone gets jazzed about Uncrustables, about Hot Pockets.
Have you had Wrap Snacks?
No.
What is those? What is?
Dude. Wrap Snacks is the best potato chips you'll ever have.
Wrap Snacks?
It's all the rappers came out with their favorite flavors. So like the Migos has got one.
Right.
Rick Ross has one. T.I. has one, and they are, I'm sure there's cancer in them, but they're so good, and they're undeniable. They're so good.
It is literally rappers and their favorite
All right.
flavors. We have Wrap Snacks.
Haven't made it out here to the East Coast just yet, I don't think.
I think it's a Southern thing, but I load up on Wrap Snacks.
I thought I saw that at a Walmart one time, though.
Oh, possibly.
Yeah.
I have to check it out. Have you ever tried New Pussycat?
Thank God you threw the cat on that. I was like, no, I haven't. I hear it's good.
You're supposed to say, what's new, Pussycat?
Whoa, whoa, whoa!
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Yeah, I taught the woman who plays the villain in our movie. She's from like Croatia.
Great. Yeah.
And she's English in her first language, obviously. And I taught her D's nuts. And she's like, I don't get it. And I was like, no, like you say someone, what's that? And they're like, what? And you go, D's nuts. And she's like, it's not funny. And I'm like, it works. It works. And she was like, but why? I said, it's just like an inside joke in America. We all get it.
Right.
So the next day we're at work. And Mark Hamill walks into the trailer. And she's like, Mark, watch out for that. And he's like, what? And she goes, these nuts. And Mark Hamill does not play these nuts. He's like, huh? Man, her with Mark Hamill was the best. I said to her, the first night we all do a big dinner, and me, her, and Mark are all going to sit like next to each other, across from each other. She goes, please don't bring up Star Wars. I was like, what? She goes, I've never seen it. I go, well, it's kind of his thing.
Yeah.
Like, it's going to be hard to avoid.
Right, to not talk about Star Wars.
I go, how did you never see Star Wars? She goes, I don't know. It wasn't big in Croatia. I never saw it. I know it's a big thing, but I don't know anything about it, so don't bring up Star Wars. So Mark sits down, and I go, Mark, Eva's a huge Star Wars fan. And he goes, oh, Mark's really generous with all that. He's like, well, tell me, what did you like? Well, like, tell me about it. And she goes, bad guy versus good guy story always gets me. Yeah. And I go, Eva, who's your favorite character in Star Wars? And you can't say Mark. And she goes, probably Chewbacca. And I was like, really? I go, Mark, she does a great Chewbacca impression. Oh, no. And he goes, well, I'd love to hear it. And she goes, hello, I'm Chewbacca. Hey, where is the craft we need to fly in? She was awesome, man.
That's a good accent, by the way.
Yeah, she was
not Swedish.
The whole, spoiler alert, watch the movie, but we had a line from, she told me at that dinner, Star Wars wasn't as big as Family Matters. And I was like, oh, Star Wars was way bigger than Family Matters.
Yeah.
She goes, no, Family Matters is like the best show. That's all they had in Croatia. And she goes, and she said, when Urkel goes, did I do that? We couldn't stop laughing. And I was like, put it in the movie. Put it in the movie.
That's where that comes.
We were laughing so hard that me and Peter Atencio were like, it's got to be in the movie. And then randomly came up with the Nutty Professor analogy. And then she said, I don't know that, but did you ever see the episode where Urkel turned into Steve Urkel? And we were like, this goes in the movie. It goes in the movie. And we have a pivotal moment where she talks about me being the machine. And it's all just from her being her.
Wow.
And then at the very end of the movie, spoiler alert, don't listen. Don't listen if you haven't seen the movie. She kills her dad, and she turns to me and goes, did I do that? And I am crying laughing. And it was just, it's the, yeah.
Listen, I would love to talk to you just about this movie. I went and saw it in the movie theater. I wanted to make sure that Bert Kreischer got two of my dollars. So I wanted to make sure that that happened, and I loved it. And I don't want to give away any sort of specifics for anybody who hasn't seen it yet. But there were a few different, like, laugh out loud moments that I had, and one in particular where you throw a punch and it lands a way that you didn't expect it to. Holy crap, was that hilarious.
The best part of that is Secret Time. I apologize. Mark didn't like it.
No?
He hated it. He pulled me aside. He goes, this is going to ruin your career.
Oh, man.
I said, what? And he goes, it's not funny. It's violent. And I said, I think it'll be funny. And he goes, you're putting your fist in a man's throat. Yeah. He's like, all the comedy's gone. The second you kill this man, it's gone. And I went, I don't know. I think it's funny. And he was like, well, I defer to you because you're a comedian, but I've been in this business a long time, and I've seen people throw away their careers on stupid things. I just don't want that to happen to you. I was like, well, I appreciate it. And I throw the punch. It goes in his throat. And I turn to Mark and I go, he's so warm. And Mark starts crying, laughing. And then Secret Time, he gets decapitated, and the body falls on me, and blood goes all in my mouth and all over me. And Mark says in real time, he goes, were you saying pull or push? And I go, does it matter? And it's all just real. And Mark's crying, laughing. He comes up to me at the end of the day and he goes, I was totally wrong.
Yeah.
That's the funniest thing I've ever seen.
He has admitted bad calls before in his career.
The one I fought for, the one I fought for, and we ended up staying an extra day in Serbia to do it, was me pulling the stick out of her leg. And because I knew that if I start to gag, I really gag. And that me really gagging would be funny. And what happened was she had to be in like a contraption. Her legs were underneath the table. So she was locked in. And her biggest fear was that I was going to really throw up because she knew I was really gagging. So we do the first take and it kind of doesn't work a little bit. And then we do the second take and I start to really gag. And in that whole scene, it's not Bert and the character, it's Bert and Eva, and she's saying, do not throw up on me. She loses her Russian accent, and she's like, don't throw up. And I'm like, I'm not going to throw up. And then I threw up a little bit. I put it in my pocket. She goes, did you just put that in your pocket? Like, but it's all in the moment.
I have to watch that. So that was
it was in the moment.
Because I thought that was scripted.
It was all.
It made the trailer. I mean, that's how great of a joke it was.
It was, and I got done, and she was like, that's really funny.
Yeah.
She was great in the movie. She was awesome.
Are you going to do more? I mean, that's the one thing when I left the theater, that's the one thing I came away with. I was like, I think this is a new endeavor for you. Honestly, I do think he could be a comedic actor.
If you're in tight with the Netflix, with Ted over there, I mean, they love supporting that sort of. I mean, Adam Sandler's found a home at Netflix.
We have a good relationship with them, and I think I'm almost certain if I had something really cool that they'd be into doing it. The problem is you get so busy doing so many other things,
right?
Yep.
Like we have a scripted series and we have 2 specials I got to shoot, and so that you keep your eye out. But
how often are you doing 2 Bears?
I'm every month. I go to Austin. I do 2 days down there,
right? And
then I'll text Netflix bad ideas of movies, every now and then. I just texted him the other day, trans assassin nuns. And the log line for the movie is, get on your knees and pray hard. And they're like, what's the story? I go, doesn't it sell itself?
Yeah.
Does it need a story?
Yeah. If you need bad ideas, I got a ton of them. That's all I am. I'm just an idea guy with no action.
Oh, I'm trying to think about, because I always get sold Christmas movies. They always want me to be Santa Claus. And
my God.
I have so many Santa Claus pitches.
Did you ever see Fat Man?
Well, no.
Mel Gibson?
No. Oh, no.
Oh, my God, it was great. It's great. He is this guy he's just a pissed off Santa, but he's good, in his way. But seeing Mel Gibson as Santa commit is just hilarious.
My goal is to do a mashup of Die Hard meets Home Alone. for a Christmas movie.
Well,
okay.
Then there was Deadly.
I saw that. I didn't see that. I saw the trailer.
Right.
Like
it was really good.
Yeah.
Not as good as
David Harbour one?
David Harbour. Yeah.
Yep.
I love good Christmas movies. Cole. The best is I probably won't tell this on stage. Is one year, the girls tried to catch Santa with a GoPro. And,
it's a great story.
Yep.
Yes.
And I edited it out. I let it play, and I edited out me and Leanne coming in.
So they'd set it.
They set it on the
thought
mantle.
Your,
And so
your wife is Santa.
They were
Yeah.
like Mom Santa. I was like, that bitch. Are you serious? And they're like, it ends tonight. We're gonna catch her. And so I went and I let them play. And I edited me coming in. I went in with jingle bells and a glove, and I went up underneath the thing and I turned the camera around. And when I played the video, I remember my dad's like, "What the?" And I was like, "What?" And he goes, "You got Santa." And I was like, "No, Dad, I edited it." And he was like, "What?" Because he didn't understand how to edit. He was like, "Hold on." I goes, "Does it look real?" And he goes, I'm 71 and I believe in Santa. He's like, "I think you just messed your kids up, buddy."
No, I think that's a gift you give to them. The longer you can prolong the belief in Santa is a gift.
Yeah.
By the way, real quick, text in for your Die Hard and Home Alone movie.
Yeah.
Somebody text in, the title should be Die Alone.
Die Alone.
But don't we all? That's the long line. Don't we all?
Don't we all?
Brilliant.
Good night.
I love it. I want to just put up like movie posters. I mean, Tom and I are doing Fat Astronauts, and that was just me and him doing a podcast where I was like, we should do a movie called Fat Astronauts, and he's like, what is it? And I go, they need two fat guys to go to space. And he was like, and so Tom, as a joke, goes into a meeting and with Vince Vaughn, and is like, they're like, what ideas do you have? And he was like, I can tell you horrible ones. And they're like, what? And he's like, Bert wants to do a movie called Fat Astronauts. And they're like, we're in.
Yeah.
And then we pitched it to Legendary, and they're like, we're in. And we have a script. The guy that wrote Tropic Thunder wrote the script.
Shut up.
It's hilarious. It's so hilarious.
Is the idea that they're going to be able to last longer with more limited resource?
Nope.
What is it?
I mean, I don't want to.
All right, don't spoil it.
Hang on to it.
It's so good. It's so funny. It's so funny. It's so funny. The best part of the movie is Tom and I have to save the day, but other astronauts are all dead, and Jennifer Aniston's an astronaut, and we have to use her body to kill people. So we have, because it's space, so we're using Jennifer Aniston's body. I mean, it's
because it's space.
It's space.
It would make sense. You would use Jennifer Aniston.
Let's
in
not
space.
give away too much.
It's so good.
Okay.
It's so funny.
We're on board.
Yeah.
Oh, so this is happening.
Yeah, we're
Legendary is a great company.
Legendary is the best. I pitched them a movie called Capitol Stormers.
Okay, about the storming of the Capitol.
Three guys. It's like Ghostbusters meets The Patriot. Three guys accidentally storm the Capitol on that day, and they save the day. They save the day. But it's just, but the idea of just a horrible idea sometimes gets their attention.
No, they look for the high concept.
By the way, I have a soft commit to the Workaholics playing the three Capitol Stormers.
Wow,
really?
Yeah, I told him the pitch, and then I called Legendary on the phone doing Something's Burning, and I go, if they're in, do you commit? And he's like, give me till Monday.
So we're gonna have Anders on Friday.
Ask him about Capitol Stormers. He's committed.
Okay.
He said he'd do it.
No kidding.
Yeah.
All right, I have a question. What are we doing here?
Well, we were waiting for a call.
Yeah, that's not going to happen.
Who?
We were going to have Travis Konechny of the Flyers call in, but he just got into practice. Nick reached out to him, got a hold of him, but it was too late. So
those guys don't go to bed until 3 a.m. Mm-hmm. They were up last night.
You, however, you're up. You show up. You come in. You call us. You know, as you say, you're consistent.
I'm a pro athlete.
Yeah, you're pro.
I got what the Flyers don't got.
Yeah,
I'll give it to them today. Yeah. I'll show them what I do. A little polar plunge, a little sauna action. Yeah. A couple zins.
Yeah, a couple zins. All right.
Zins is paying you, right?
No. I just started 2 weeks ago.
Really?
Oh, Tom was like, have you ever tried Zins or Rogues? I said, what is it? And he goes, try one. And I put it in my mouth, and I was like, it felt like God glazed me in his love.
Wow.
And I go, it's better than Coke. It's better than speed. You feel alive. If you've never tried one, and listen, it's a pretty aggressive addiction, but they are fun. And they're clean. I hear they don't cause cancer.
Pretty crazy.
That and a cup of coffee in the morning, I can't think of a better joy than those. I mean, yeah, Tom's like, you should try one. Tom's not the best friend you can have. And then you start calling other people that's in. Like, I texted Gillis, I go, because he's in, and I go, hey, man, how many of these are you supposed to do a day? And he goes, I eat them like Tic Tacs. I was like, what? He goes, I got one in my mouth all day long. And I was like, okay, cool. As long as we know where we are. And then the flyers are like, yo, you got to try the Swedish snus. And I was like, what? And they're like, it'll make you sick to your stomach. I was like, give it to me. I got one in here. He gave me one. Yeah.
Wow.
All right, Kathy, you want to try?
Yeah, no, I'm good.
Well, listen, we do have to take another break.
How late do you guys go?
We go
close to 11.
Close to 11. Yeah.
What time is it?
Yeah, we've got
20. You've been here 3 hours.
For real?
Yeah.
Dude, this is so much fun. This is so much fun.
Blast for us, man.
It's better than Two Bears.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. I got to do all the talking.
I feel like you should find a home for this podcast in your podcast network.
Do not say that out loud. Leanne will call you tomorrow.
No, it's the truth. I mean, we put out 2+ hours of content a day.
I can guarantee you our parent company would be all on board with you having the rights to rebroadcast this away from them.
We'll let Leanne and the Beasleys talk.
Yeah, they can work that out.
Oh, you guys got the hookup too, because you guys got an ad sales team. That's the secret sauce.
Yeah.
Is those people in the cubicles are the most important part of anything.
Just signed a deal with Zins. So,
hook it up. Get me wrap snacks and we're done.
Which, by the way, we got a number of texts of people saying that wrap snacks are all over every bodega and every corner shop in Philadelphia.
Right.
So they've been here.
Wawa, step your game up.
There you go. All right. Should we send Bert? You want to get on your way? You want to head out of here, brother?
He's got a show to do. Not unless you want to hang, man.
We got like one more break to do.
I got one more Zin in here.
All right. Yeah, we're fair. We're game. All right.
Take this one out, put a new one in. Let's go.
You know what, Kathy? We should get our secret text word winner, though. So let's get a number caller.
All right, we'll do caller 5.
All right, 215-263-WMMR. If you know the secret text word, you could be winning. Get over here with that, and we'll take a break and come back and get that winner. Bert Kreischer will return, too, so stay with us.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
93.3.
Yeah, way too much porn on my phone.
Pull up anything you're saying?
Anything, and also take your headphones off real quick. Well, just in a second, you're gonna have to take your headphones off.
Okay. And does it matter what song I choose?
No, it does not matter.
Song?
Whatever song you want to hear.
Well, now I got to go through and find a song I want to hear.
Took the first one that came up.
All right, I got one.
All right, you got one? All right, so take your headphones off.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
All right, now press play on your iTunes and stick the speaker part of your iPhone in your mouth like this.
Okay.
And close your lips over it.
What the hell is going on?
Seriously.
And we're all doing this at the same time?
All do it at the same time. Everybody press play. All right, all the way. No. All right, now cover your ears, both your ears.
I refuse to do this.
Well, you can't hear it?
Yeah, I can hear it.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's like bone phones, earphones.
Kathy, why are you not doing it?
It won't fit in my mouth.
Yes, it will. Oh, my God, yes, it will.
Say that again, real. Say that again.
Okay, so I see what you're saying. You can hear it a little bit more. I could hear it even without putting my hands over my ears.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
So what is if you're driving? Is there a way to listen to it without having the phone in your mouth?
Right. It's like bone induction. Yeah, that's what it's called. Bone induction speakers.
We have a couple of the earphones my wife uses when she swims.
Yeah. Well, how much did those cost? This is for free,
bro. You just stick her phone in her mouth and look like an imbecile. You know what? You know how you have that keep warm function on your oven?
Yeah.
Try putting the dinner rolls in your ass.
Kathy, why did you not do it?
As this was all going on, I just hear, because we had to take our headphones off, I just hear Steve go, I refuse to do this.
Yeah. Thanks for playing along, bro.
Well, I couldn't get my Asia song to play, which would have been so cool.
I did do it, Casey.
Isn't that wild?
Yeah.
Put it in your mouth?
Yeah.
Okay.
I didn't see it.
I did.
You didn't
Preston.
do it.
All right, here's the thing.
I just did it.
Try this when you get home, Kathy.
Okay.
Draw a nice bath. Get in it.
Yeah.
Take your electric hair dryer. Dip it in the water. You'll be able to hear Prince.
While it's plugged
Yeah.
in.
The speakers have gotten much better on these phones. My son was listening to, he was watching a YouTube video or something like that, and he was in the other room, and I was almost like, turn that damn music down.
I'm trying to listen to my story. On my Stephen King story.
But it's gotten, you remember the old phones, like if you, for some reason, didn't have a Bluetooth speaker or something to hook it into, and you tried valiantly, exactly, to listen to something through it, was terrible. It's gotten much better. They're definitely a lot louder.
I'm listening to Pearl Jam. Listen.
It won't fit my mouth.
Yes, it will. Oh my God, yes, it will.
It won't fit my mouth.
All right. Let's see here. Amazon has renewed. I don't know why I just went, but I did.
Sounded cool.
Amazon has renewed.
And now the news focuses on Iraq. We go down to Jimmy Gosevsky at the Pentagon.
I'm trying to throw it back to you, Tom, but I can't do a chicken fart.
I'm having a hard time today.
Chicken fart. Amazon has renewed The Marvelous Mrs. Maisel for a 4th season run. That's good news. The show, which has won multiple Emmys and Golden Globes, just received 2 more Golden Globes nominations for Best Television Series and Best Actress for Rachel Brosnahan.
I'm watching season 3 right now, and it really is. It's a great show, but it's tiring watching that show, the amount of dialogue that they jam in.
It's rapid fire.
It's so rapid fire.
And it's like an Aaron Sorkin.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. She speaks so quickly.
Oh my God!
And I will miss stuff. I do have to back it up from time to time just to catch all the dialogue. It's great.
It's done in that sort of period piece dialogue delivery way.
Yeah. Yep, exactly. So Black Christmas opens this weekend. It's a horror film directed by Sophia Takal.
I love Christmas horror movies.
It stars Imogen Poots, Carrie Elways, Brittany O'Grady, Lily Donghue, and Elise Shannon. It's about a killer terrorizing sorority sisters during Christmas time. PG-13, hour and 32 minutes, no score on Rotten Tomatoes.
Imogen Poots. I mean, you're picking a stage name.
I know. Change that one. That's like Kelly Queef. Unless you're a porn star, right? Bella Balloon Knot. I thought the same thing, Case.
Imogen Poots. Okay, we're going to sit down here for a second. We've got a whole bunch of names that we can pick.
Yeah.
It's a real name.
I narrowed it down to 5. Well, then change it.
Yeah, there are stage names available.
Says here your name is Poop Dribble.
Oh, my God, Casey. Her middle name is Gay.
No!
Yeah, Jean Gay Poots.
Uh-huh.
Wow.
Dude, what is wrong with her parents?
Nick, has she been in anything? Pull up her
she has striking blue eyes, according to IMDb.
Well, was she in the...
Oh, yeah.
She was in 28 Weeks Later.
Yes,
she was in Green Room.
And she's also in...
That Awkward Moment and A Long Way Down are her notable...
She's in Never Stop, Never Stopping.
Is she?
Pop star.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Is she in that, right?
Yes.
Yeah. She's got beautiful eyes.
Imogen Gay Poots. Yeah. Imogen Poots.
She pootsed.
She's beautiful. Yeah, we just pulled up a photo of her, and she stars in Black Christmas. In celebration of its 125th anniversary, the New York Public Library, which is the second largest in the U.S. after the Library of Congress, has
throwing out the books?
No. They released its list of the top 10 checked out books of all time. And in
Is
first
one of them Goldfinger?
place, no.
Mr.
Goldfinger!
No.
One of the most popular books at the New York Library. It's on the list.
In first place, I'll just start right at the top here, is the children's picture book, The Snowy Day by Ezra Jack Keats.
I don't even know.
It's about a child enjoying his city's first snowfall.
I don't know that book. Yeah.
Oh, I know this book. I love this book when I was a kid. Absolutely.
Get the Caldecott Award. Yeah, the Caldecott medal. I remember that. Remember the little imprint on the front of it?
Gold sticker that would be a gold
sticker on this scrappy book about a kid walking in the snow.
Go.
Sticker.
It's not. It is on the list?
Yeah.
It's on the list.
It's number 1 on the list.
Number 1.
So, I think, you'd find that on Where the Wild Things Are and maybe The Hungry Caterpillar, those classic ones. Another book, Dr. Seuss's The Cat in the Hat, was in second place.
Okay.
Were you a Seuss fan as a kid?
Oh, yeah. Very much so. And in fact, I've been going through a cleaning out process at our house, and
Great purge.
I found we found way too many books that we need to get rid of, and so I did, and I donated them to the Laurel House thrift shop that raises money for the Laurel House. But we kept all of our Dr. Seuss books. And I had to stop and flip through Go Dog Go, and I had to look through the birthday book, and
Two Girls in a Cup.
2 Girls in a Cup.
It was the most wonderful cup it was.
There are a lot of Dr. Seuss books, right?
Yeah.
I mean,
I see two girls in a cup.
Dozens.
I say to you, girls, can you tell me what's up?
I'll tell you what's up. Just look in the cup.
You'll know
After
this.
watching that, you won't be able to sup.
It's full of throw up.
And upchuck. It's full of throw up.
Come on, man.
Maybe you want to consider the shortest commercial flight in the world.
Really?
Yes. How long would you guys think the shortest commercial flight in the world is?
I'm going to say, because I've been on some super short ones, 20 minutes. I'm going to say 6 minutes.
Okay. Anybody else?
That's
Chat a little bit. We still have another look at traffic.
We're still doing traffic.
Final one to traffic. Let's get that, Kath. What's
Bill
up?
said something to me in the hallway. He's like, "You're going to be behind on traffic."
I don't know how you're going to catch up, but it's a lot of fun to listen to.
We've got a gas leak in Burlington County through Mount Holly on 38. Both directions closed right now between Savory Way and Always Drive.
Sorry, we have to move on.
Yeah, I know. Don't worry, it's quick. The roads are actually, other than that, they're all clear. New Jersey
it's
Transit.
10:30.
I
That's
know.
why.
People are heading home now.
New Jersey Transit's River Line still running with 15-minute delays. This traffic report brought to you by Macy's. Join Macy's and Big Brothers Big Sisters throughout the holiday season. Donate today when you shop Macy's stores and at Macys.com/purpose. And that's your traffic on 93.3 WMMR.
All right, Kath, we were looking for our secret text word caller, and that was caller number 5, I believe. So we are going to go to Lisa to try and get a winner. Hey, Lisa, good morning.
Good morning.
Lisa, do you know the secret text word?
I do. It's bracelet.
Bracelet is correct. You got it right, Lisa. Hang on the line. You're actually going to get to go to the show that this band will be playing on Saturday. Our buddy Don McCloskey and company are going to be at the Brooklyn Bowl, and it's their vinyl release party as well.
It's awesome.
And you go to brooklynbowl.com/ no, there's supposed to be a dot in there. I'm reading it verbatim. brooklynbowl.com/Philadelphia. And also, I know, it's featuring Will Leet of Sammy Ray and the Friends as well. It's on Saturday, and our random texter, Rob Wade of Hatboro, Pennsylvania. So, buddy, you are going to go as well. Congratulations to you, my friend. All right, how are we doing the lesson question? We're just going to ask a lesson question?
Just ask a lesson question, let somebody call in, and then we'll get the answer.
All right, so here's the question for you. What song or songs does Sly Stallone play very well on the Hammond organ? There were 2 of them, by the way.
Yeah.
So you can be one or either one of them. 215-263 WMMR is the number. And by the way, let me get the trash sponsor in here as well, Casey, because I'll mention that the trash should we be doing. It's the Burt Kreischer Show today.
Yes, it is.
It's a big day.
Brought to you by Sport and Social. Experience the ultimate football party at Sports and Social in Live Casino and Hotel Philly. You can cheer on the Birds with ticket giveaways and sign merch. Halftime contest, Bud Light Towers, free concession snacks, and face painting and more, of course.
I want to ask about your daughters, Bert, because it sounds like Isla perhaps maybe could pursue a career in comedy.
Nope.
No.
No, she doesn't know.
She's the funny one, is she not?
She doesn't know that she's funny.
Okay.
She doesn't. She's fun. I was saying this to someone the other day that I feel like all families have a comedian, and then all families have someone who's funny. Like, so I'm in my family. I'm the comedian. I know how to tell you the story. But Isla just is. Isla and Georgia is like my Jiminy Cricket. She's the one that points it out to me. Like I told the girls the other the other day, we got tickets to go to see U2 in the Sphere.
Oh, wow.
Really hard to get tickets. And
of course.
Obviously, I get 6 tickets and I want to bring friends, but I go, I really want my daughters to see this. So we sit the girls down. We're like, hey, we're going to go see, you guys know what the Sphere is? And they're like, yeah, we're going to go see U2 in the Sphere. And Georgia's like, for real? And Isla goes, the movement? And I went, what? And Georgia goes, she thinks it's Me Too.
Oh, my God.
I said, no, Isla, they're not going to do...
I got that instantly, yeah.
They're not going to do a Me Too. It's going to be just Harvey Weinstein on a big screen, just not letting us leave.
Look at that.
And it's interactive, so it sprays on you. But like Georgia has consistently been the one to point out every time what I'm missing and why it's funny. The escape room, the story I told, closed Razzle Dazzle with, I didn't have a closer for that special. And like 2 months out, Georgia called me from college. I was on stage. I answered the phone. I go, what's up? She goes, what are you doing? Because someone calls from college, you answer.
Of course.
I said, I'm on stage.
Yeah,
she goes, oh, what are you talking about? And I was like, and there's a sold-out arena. And I go, I'm nothing right now. What's wrong? She's like, nothing. Are you telling the escape room story? I said, what? She goes, do you remember when we went to the escape room for my birthday and we just brought Papa because we wanted to watch him lose it? And I was like, no. And the audience laughed. She goes, remember Papa threw Nana into the steamer trunk? And the audience laughed. She goes, remember we got into the tunnel and you farted in Papa's mouth? And the audience loses it? And I was like, keep going. What happened next? She goes, you should tell that on stage. And I was like, and then she hung up. And so then I worked on that bit on stage. She just is someone who...
Just inherently funny.
She just gets it. Like, if there was going to be a comedian in our family, it'd be Georgia. But she'd have to live with Isla.
Okay. She needs her muse.
Isla's everyone's muse. I mean, she's dyslexic. The other day she said, they're trying to stop adoption in Mississippi. And I went, no, this is abortion. And then she looks at me with a straight face and goes, oh... So they want orphans.
Brilliant.
Oh, my God.
And you're just like...
That's the best.
Yeah, she just doesn't know what she's... She doesn't know why she's funny.
Okay.
She really has no idea.
Did you see the Albert Brooks documentary, Defending Your Life? They use the same title.
Of course.
How great was that, A? And then B, Albert Brooks' brother was...
Is the funniest man alive.
So
I saw the Super Dave
clip. Osborne. Yeah.
They still work.
They still work.
They still work.
Yeah. I mean, but they're both in the same family.
How crazy is it that Albert Brooks' real name's Albert Einstein?
Right, yeah.
Al Einstein.
I've only been called Einstein once in my life, and that was in first grade when I glued my hand to the desk.
Good work,
Nice work,
Einstein.
Way to go, Einstein, man. I was like, wait, who's Einstein?
All right, hang on. I want to get a winner to this this question real quick for the lesson question. We want to know what song or songs does Sly Stallone play very well in the Hammond organ. We are going to go to Donna. Donna, good morning to you.
Good morning, How are you?
Good morning to see you, Donna. Okay, so what song? You can name either or both. What song does Sly know how to play on the Hammond?
Purple Harem.
Yeah, what song?
Purple Harem.
I'm going to give it to you.
It's actually harder to get the band name.
Yeah, the band is Procol Harum, but Whiter Shade of Pale. Yeah, we'll take it. All right, Donna, hang on the line. We're going to set you up with tickets to see David Spade on Saturday. That's the prize, yeah. And he's playing at the Miller Theater. Some tickets remain at kimmelculturalcampus.org. Do you know David? Or okay.
Yeah.
Yep. You guys friends? Or
Nice. Yeah, he's a voice texter. Like
he's the one that sends those.
Yeah, he's a voice texter. We did a podcast at Dana Carvey's house. Dana Carvey's house is just magical.
Really?
It's magical.
I love their podcast. I love their SNL podcast.
and
It's great.
So
Fly on the wall, yeah.
And then we left, and Dave was just giggling. And he walks out the door with me, and I look at him, and he's giggling. He goes, "You thought it was my house, didn't you?" I said, "I did." He goes, "Nope." David Spade's awesome.
Yeah.
He really is. I keep going back to this thing. He's the thing you want him to be. He's like really sweet, and he's but a little sarcastic. He'll bust your balls.
Oh, I'm sure.
But then he just hangs with you, and he's awesome.
I listened to his audiobook, his bio, his autobiography. It was pretty wild, and it was very touching. Early days, and his relationship with his mother, and it was wild. Those kind of insights. I appreciated him before, but it's like, oh yeah, that's right. He's a human and had a whole life, and it adds more context.
The night Ari drugged me.
Oh yeah.
For those of you who don't know, one of my best friends slipped me Molly during a podcast at my house in front of my kids, and thought it'd be a good, funny bit. And I had to leave, and I couldn't be around the girls, and so I had a flight to catch. I had to get on a plane.
Oh my god!
But I had like 2 hours to kill, so I went to the Comedy Store, and the first person I saw was David Spade, and he said, "How you doing?" And I said, "I just got slipped Molly by Ari," and then Ari walked in behind me, and he's like, "We're blowing up pretty hard." And David Spade's mouth was like, "Wait, what? I don't know if I want to get into podcasting."
So you said as a bit, and obviously he's doing. I'm going to do this because I think it's going to be funny. Are any of those moments not funny?
Yeah, that one. Yeah. It was not funny at all. I said to Ari, we're doing the podcast, and I said, I feel my face is hot. And he's like, is it? And I said, are you on something? He goes, are you on something? And I said, what do you mean? And he goes, maybe we're both on Molly. And I was like, what? Come on, Ari. And he's like, okay, I'm going to tell you something. You can't be mad. And I was like,
You can't be mad.
and I said, what? And he goes, I slipped you Molly. You're on Molly. And I went, what? And he goes, we're both on Molly. There's nothing we can do about it. I said, I goes, did you talk to my cardiologist first? And he was like, what? I said, I have high blood pressure and high cholesterol. What if I have a stroke? He goes, I didn't think about that.
Oh, my God.
And I was like, what if I die? And he goes, well, I guess you die. And so
You do a good Ari Shafir.
I panicked, and Ari were both blown up, and I called Joey Diaz. And I said, he's like, what's up, dog? I was like, Ari slipped me Molly on a podcast, and I'm freaking out. And he goes, I'll be there at 5. And Joey Diaz shows up 5 minutes later, and he walks right through our house. What's up, girls? El Diablo, that's what he calls Isla. He goes, Mrs. K, don't come out back. Bad stuff's going out back. So he goes out, and he goes, what's going on, boys? And I said, Ari slipped me Molly. He goes, let me see it. And Ari had 2 more hits of Molly on him. And Joey goes, cool. He takes him. He goes, we're all going to see the devil tonight, guys.
Wow. That was his way of taking care of it?
If you die, I die.
Wow.
Don't worry. We're all going to be fine. No one's dying tonight. And then he sat in the sun glowing over his body, and he told me stories about his drug days and beating a man with a coat hanger and putting a guy in a trunk and prison.
Oh, my God.
And I totally got cool.
Okay.
And the Lord covered me.
Wow.
What to do? And Joey's like, we were podcasting. We did 2 more hours on the podcast. And Joey's like, I got to go listen to music. And he's like, you good? And I was like, I think I am. He was like, all right, have fun in Kansas City this weekend. And it was like, he's the best.
That's crazy.
He's the best.
Yeah.
Except for when he slipped Segura. I mean, these were just gummies, but.
Yeah. He said to Tom, this is a 10 milligram gummy. And Tom's like, cool. And then Joey starts laughing, and Tom goes, what? And he goes, it ain't 10 milligrams.
Oh, no.
He goes, what? You're on 100, dog.
Oh, my God.
I think these are strong, too. And Tom said he was talking in voices, like he was talking in tones.
Right, yeah.
And he had to take a Xanax because it was overwhelming him. And they got on a private jet from Miami to L.A. on that edible, and Tom was losing his mind. What's crazy is that, and this is the thing I love about Tom, is it happened, and Tom knew that happened to me, and then we had this conversation about what it feels like to be drugged.
Right, yeah.
Because there's a real helplessness to
Sure.
it. It's a real, you identify with that. It's intrusive, and we had this great, sharing of, because Big J, it happened to Big J, too. The Ari slipped Big J acid.
What the hell is that about?
What is happening
by
in
the
this
way?
world?
That's the. Look, I'm not about slipping people drugs, but that is the funniest. If you've ever seen this clip, it is Louis J. Gomez slips Ari acid. Shane Gillis finds out and tells Ari, there's acid in your drink. Ari goes, cool. So Ari then switches beers with Big J, and Big J drinks his beer, Ari drinks his beer, and then Ari pretends to be on acid.
Oh, my God.
And everyone starts laughing at Ari, and they're like, he's like, what? Did you guys slip me something? They're like, you're on acid. And Ari goes, I am. And then he goes, or am I? Maybe someone else has that beer. And everyone's like, what? And Big J's laughing. He's like, wait, what's going on, guys? What's going on? And he's like, maybe Big J's on acid. And Big J goes, I'm on acid? And Shane Gillis felt so guilty, he drank the rest of his beer. He goes, I'm on acid too, big guy. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. And then they both stayed up until 5 in the morning, tripping. And then Big J called me. I was with Snoop. Big J called me. He's like, Ari slipped me acid. And I was like, welcome to the team, buddy.
Yeah.
I'm gonna loop in Tom. We have a support group.
Holy, it's the losing control thing that's I've never I've never been high. I've never been, that drinking thing. And I could feel the nervousness or the paranoia of not being in control. It just drives me crazy.
Dude, at that moment, you should have put Snoop on the phone and told him to get in the shower with someone.
Oh, yeah.
That would have been perfect.
We did edible roulette once on the bus with this girl, Maddie Smith, and she put in 10 milligram edibles of gummies into real gummies. And she shook them up. She's like, whatever you take, you got to eat. And we're all laughing. It's like 2 a.m. We're like, great. So we eat them. Moses Storms eats another one because he's not sure if he got it. And then she's like, they're all edibles. And we all start laughing, right? And then she goes, and then she freezes. She goes, oh, I misread the package.
No.
They're 100 milligrams.
Oh, my
So
God.
so how powerful? Put it in perspective from
It's acid. It's worse than acid in my
Really?
opinion.
Really?
So my assistant, Peter, took one. And he had eaten one, and he was like, it's 100 milligrams? And we're like, yeah. And he goes, I'm going to bed. So he's like, I'm going to beat it to bed. I got 45 minutes to fall asleep. I'm going to beat it to bed. So he just got in his bunk, shut his thing. And then we were like, I was like, I'll out-drink it. I'm going to out-drink it. So I start out-drinking, trying to get so drunk that I can't feel it. And we all go to bed. We're all fine. It kicks in a little bit. We have a little bit of a good time, and we go to bed. And then at like 4 a.m, I wake up with a searing panic attack like I've never felt in my life.
Right.
And the bus is moving. We're going down the interstate, and I get out of my bunk. Do you ever see the movie with Chris Pratt where he wakes up? They're in space
Passengers.
capsules?
Yeah, Passengers.
And he's like, should I wake someone else up?
Right.
That's how I felt, like Chris Pratt going, do I welcome someone else into this hell?
Except he wakes up Jennifer Lawrence.
Yeah, well, I didn't have a Jennifer Lawrence. The best Joey Diaz on the first Fully Loaded. Gave everyone mushrooms. Everyone took mushrooms. And Joey's like, this is going to be great. And I go, Joey, when was the last time you were in a bunk on a bus? Isn't that going to be a little, like you're in a coffin? And he's like, huh? 2 a.m, Joey Diaz opens my curtain. He's like, you got to pull it over, dog. We're flying through space right now. I can't control it, Bert Kreischer. We need hotel rooms, and we need them now.
Wow.
Flying through space.
My sleep apnea machine's not working. I can't breathe.
This whole morning, I'm like, God, I would love to hang out with Bert and his friends until this segment and these stories. I don't want to hang out with
When
you
Joey
guys.
sent us like 15 pounds of weed and mushrooms in Vegas, with so many mushrooms, there's a felonious amount of mushrooms, and he's not there, that I said, what I got to do is I got to break these up. And I'm sorry about the story I'm about to tell. I'm super, super sorry. So I break up the mushrooms, and I just start giving them to everyone.
Yeah.
And I'm like, we got to get rid of them. Like, at least get it to just a misdemeanor. And so everyone eats mushrooms. Everyone. And we get on the bus, and Ralph Barbosa still has a candy bar in his hand. And I go, did you eat them? And he goes, yeah, and I'm liking it. And then he starts eating mushrooms, and he starts cackling the loudest laugh I've ever listened to in my life. And we're like, what are you laughing at? And he's like, Family Guy. And we're like, the TV's not on. And he's like, I'm thinking about it.
Yeah.
He was watching Family Guy in his head and then telling us the bits, and we're crying laughing. I had to have Pete stay up with him because I go, I don't know what's going to happen to him tonight. Ralph Barbosa.
That's hilarious.
Yeah.
Dude, that's to hang with you guys.
Yes.
That's a special.
It's why you got to
Jeopardy at night.
take some time off of the partying to enjoy it. And tonight, I will enjoy it. Tonight is going to get loose. I'll probably bring a bottle on stage with me, probably whiskey, do a couple shots throughout the show, have fun.
DJ Jazzy Jeff?
Dude, I'm gonna have the lineup is I'm gonna have Shay and Daniel go up first, then Miss Pat, and then I'm gonna have Miss Pat bring on DJ Jazzy Jeff. He's gonna play, and then I'm gonna come up to DJ Jazzy Jeff, and then I'd love for him to stick around and play at the end of the show, just do some more stuff.
Wow. Yeah. Wow.
He's just so talented.
It's gonna be a hell of a
It's
show.
gonna be a crazy night. The Flyers are going to be there.
Yeah.
I told him, I was like, boys, I'll bring you on stage shirtless. It will happen.
Oh, yeah. All right. Wells Fargo Center tonight, friends. So make sure you don't miss it. Dude, this has been, I can't believe you hung out this long. This
I
has been
love
crazy.
it. Yeah. I love it. Thank you for letting me do this. I appreciate it.
Anytime, sir. Dude, have a great show tonight.
If I miss my bus call, I'll see you tomorrow morning.
Done and done. The Machine, Bert Kreischer. We love you, Bert. Thanks for being here. Wells Fargo Center, like I said, tonight. I need to mention this. We skipped the music news, which would have been brought to you by Family and Company Jewelers. You can save big at the Passing of the Torch sale, November 27th through December 2nd. Watches for him, diamond studs for her, and yes, engagement rings are on sale as well. FamilyJewelers.com. By the way, we're going to take a break. We'll come back. Wow, Pierre's coming in when we get back from this, and we'll do the letter of the day, word of the week. Stay with us. Tourists and
Welcome aboard Flight 414. Thank you for flying Flight 414.
and island residents traveling to and from mainland Orkney for a range of appointments.
I would have stewardess is going to turn on the hose and begin in-flight beverage service.
Open your mouth.
If I regularly did that flight, I would have to try and hold my breath for the duration.
Yeah,
of the,
see if
of
you
the
can
flight.
make it. Yeah.
It's kind of like whenever I go through the Lehigh Tunnel, I'm like, all right, I got to hold my breath.
You know what? Next time you do that, sing the last line of Happy Birthday and see if you can hold it the whole way through. It's also Maude Adams' birthday today, Steve. You know her?
Yes. She's been in 2 Bond movies.
Only one actress to play a Bond girl twice.
Yeah.
2 different Bond girls?
Two different Bond girls.
Okay.
She's in The Man with the Golden Gun, and she's Octopussy.
She
has 8 vaginas.
Why didn't they just say that?
I don't know where to begin. Does anyone have a bookmark? I don't want to hit the same ones again.
If anybody could handle 8 vaginas.
I'm good, but I'm not that good. I tapped out after number 6. Q, why don't you get in on this?
Everybody, if 007.
When she
006.
queefs, it must sound like the mothership in Close Encounters. Bah, bum, bah.
Right, Kathy?
Yeah.
Yeah, right?
It must sound like the Boston Pops, right, Preston? Think about it. That's the Tijuana Brass. Unbelievable.
When Octopussy queefs. Okay.
That was the song from that movie, When Octopus Queefs.
Great Bond song.
Octopussy queefs. Ba-da-da-da-da.
Sung by Sheena Easton.
Really?
When Octopussy
She must have been a kid. Maude Adams is 70,
Happy birthday.
75 today. Happy birthday to Octopussy. A little light listening this morning on the Preston and Steve Show.
That's actually the new theme to 60 Minutes.
With Disturbed, and I just hear, no longer be your whore. All righty then. Mike Schmidt, Hall of Famer, baseball player, and just a god in this town, was in our studio one time, and the song that we were playing was, as we were getting ready to introduce him, was Godsmack, the song Crying Like a Bitch. And it's just like, crying like a bitch! Just screaming, and I look over at Mike Schmidt, who's just sitting there with his headphones on.
Where the hell am I?
And now we're playing Disturbed with this screaming, and I look over at Terry Crews is sitting right there with his headphones on, just pretending like he's having a good time.
No, I really liked it. Longer be your whore. Yeah, now I was getting into it, man.
Let's welcome Terry Crews. How you doing?
I was into it. I'm ready to do another workout.
Did you already get one in this morning?
Got one
Of
in.
course.
Wow, man.
Of course.
Yeah,
I love it.
Terry, we were laughing this morning because you posted a picture of you on your Twitter page, Preston and I, and someone had said that you resembled a chewed up Tootsie Roll.
Yes.
And
That was
you,
so
you
funny.
posted the picture, and it was just hilarious.
Well, they said now that they put it down that they couldn't unsee it, and then what was weird is I couldn't unsee it either. I was like, all right, that looks just like me, a chewed up Tootsie Roll. I'm trying to tell you.
And it looks like, if you haven't seen the picture yet, it looks like if you were in with the Star Wars movie where they froze Han Solo. Carbonite. If you were to freeze Terry Crews in Carbonite.
Oh my God.
So we were thinking it's safe to say you are in the pantheon of favorite guests we've ever had on the show. Constantly referred to, and the career just keeps going along. Obviously, your AGT now is a big thing.
Yes.
I'll be honest, I was never that much into the AGT thing, but your zeal. Your excitement for it is so infectious. And now we've known people like John Dorenbos and other people who've gone through the system. And it is, you'll see some wild stuff on that show. So through you curated it, and I'm like, okay, I'll jump back in and check it out. So I watch it. What draws you to that show? What do you? Because you are clearly exhilarated by it.
This is the thing. First of all, when you look at what entertainment is, the 18 to 35-year-olds have gotten too much clout. I'll be honest with you. You're like, okay, man, there's a big world.
Yeah.
And, the 18 to 35, that's it. They determine what's hot, what's not. And you're like, no, not at all. If you had a family, you understand that your kids, the ones under 18 are the ones that's determining everything. And then the ones over 35 are the ones that's paying for everything. So I said, I have to serve all of them. And that is what I was determined to do. I started hosting a few years back when I was hosting Who Wants to Be a Millionaire. This is the deal too, because it really, really satisfies me, because I do not, when I perform now on movies and TV, I have no audience. There's nothing. And I need the adrenaline that comes from when I was in the NFL. It's really replaced by AGT. The crowd noise, the energy, the fact that anything can happen when it's live, man.
You do go live.
No, it's live. Look, I get the keys to NBC for 2 hours, and they're like, "Look, bring it back in one piece. Don't break it. Don't dent it. And watch out when you're backing up with it. You know what I mean? And basically, you got to bring it back in the same condition or better. And it's so you realize anything can go wrong, and I love it.
So the other night, something went wrong with the guy with the crossbows and the levers, and so I found myself on the edge of the seat watching this mistake, these flaws, because not everybody that comes on AGT does it perfectly.
No, they don't.
So for people who aren't watching, what happened?
Oh my God! Well, I mean, the guy thought he had set his trap, had set his arrows right, and the whole thing, and he realized he was nervous,
and he's strapped in.
Yes, he was nervous, and he didn't do it right, dude.
Oh no!
But this was so wild, man. You start to realize, and my thing is always talking to the acts and trying to talk them through so that they can be relaxed.
Right.
Because the deal is
easier said than done, though, right?
It is, because everyone makes you. They make you nervous. I had one guy. I'm gonna tell something right now. This is crazy. I was doing this movie Blended with Adam Sandler down in South Africa.
You were great as the singer and calypso guy.
It was awesome. But see, one person can mess up your whole world.
Right.
I remember I was about to do the scene, the whole thing, and we only had a few minutes to do the scene where we were losing light and the whole thing. And this director of photography, I don't want to mention his name, but he walked up to me and he said, "Don't F up." Now, when you said, I'm going, huh? Now, that's the worst thing you can say to anyone. But thank God I knew to counteract that. And I said, don't take it. Don't take it. In fact, use it as fuel.
Right.
In fact, focus. Get inside. Come inside more. And I jammed and the whole thing. And I did we did the thing with the choir. And we were singing and doing the whole thing. And I looked at him. He was like, that was pretty amazing. And I was literally like, F you. Believe me, I could not believe he would have the nerve to do that. So I realized what I wanted to do for all these acts is be the anti that. Come in there and tell them, you got this, man. You can do it. It's okay. But he just got so nervous.
He didn't turn the safeties off.
He didn't turn the safeties off. And you got real people, and he's standing there in front of it. And then you got Alicia. She's wondering whether should I press the button or not. She could have killed somebody. Well, it's really nuts.
The acts are like that. There have been some injuries, but that's the real deal. What sort of blows my mind is what they're using the theater. There was a dance act that was using projection or something like virtual dance, and I mean it was
Freckled Sky,
right. It was as theatrical and Broadway level that I've ever seen. How much time did they get? Because that had to be live. How much time do you get to set something like that up?
Oh my God! First of all, the crew on America's Got Talent has been underrated and not appreciated enough. This is literally like putting on the Oscars every week. It's the biggest live show on television, period. And it's the biggest talent show in the world.
Well,
so they're the best in the business, man. And any mistake, it could all go wrong. They do it so good. People, it's like people think that it's a given or whatever. But man, when you watch this crew and as well as they do it, you talk about roadies and all this stuff. stuff.
It's not like it's
one of the best
act,
thing in the world.
One act that's on for 2 hours. Because this guy, I don't know, to explain it, Preston, the dancers at one point look like they're marionettes.
Yes.
Faux strings coming down, and there's a whole bunch of stuff going on, precision stuff.
Well, I feel like a circus master.
Right.
You know what I mean? And that's what I love, because I come from also the days of the variety show.
Right.
Listen, Carol Burnett was one of my favorite shows of all time. And I miss that, man. I wanted to bring that back. And I'm not a comedian, but at the same time, this energy, this love, I want to be this guy. And it's to get this opportunity is the biggest thing in the world for me.
I think for the entertainers, and like for John Dornbos has told us what the whole experience was like and the whole deal. And obviously there's the background story which plays into it and the emotion and all that stuff. So for some reason it works. It's the oldest Ted Max amateur hour that goes back for decades.
Ed Sullivan.
And we mentioned a save the date for the Preston and Steve Christmas Miracle live broadcast. New location. We are going to be at the Colonial Theater, the historic Colonial Theater in Phoenixville.
I love this.
I'm excited.
Yeah.
What's this for?
It's for the Christmas Miracle live broadcast.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, so we're going to do that there, and that will be Wednesday, December 20th. We'll have more details about, we'll do invites next week.
Pierre, that's the theater they do Blobfest at.
No, I know. I've been to many shows there. It's great. It's a cute little town, too.
Yeah, and they asked us to come out and do it. Like they want us to bring it out there, and so yeah, we're doing it.
You saw Graham Nash there this summer, right?
Last spring.
Whenever the hell, yeah.
But I've seen a fair number of shows there. And
great room.
They have a Blob Fest every year in honor of the Blob. But it's a cute little town. There's neat little antique stores and nice little restaurants.
Yeah.
It's a great place.
Excellent. So I guess we'll get the letter of the day from you.
No, it's time for me to go home now.
It's time. All right. Yes.
I was thinking, is this the latest? I think you went to 11:05 one time.
We've definitely gone later.
My clock says 11:01.
Yep.
But it completely threw me off because you didn't play any music today. And so when you come out of a break and you don't play music, I go, oh, dear. you just cost me 4 to 5 minutes there.
Yeah.
And then I said, well, that'll just be a one time. No, every effing time. You didn't play any effing music. Could you throw in an effing song? I don't care if that guy's here or not.
We didn't even do the bizarre file or the
They don't
trash
care about it. They
music.
just want the sponsor just wants the thing.
Yeah.
They just want the plug. They don't care if you do the bit or not, as long as you give them the plug. However, I care if you play the goddamn music, because it gives me the time I need to get my horse in gear.
Yeah.
I had to put up a barn out in Amish country this morning, and it took me extra time to get in.
I gotcha.
Bessie was running slow.
Oh, she's tough on days like this.
Not easy.
Well, the thing is always, like in the morning when we're coming in, you come screaming past us in your car because you want to get here 4 or 5 hours early.
That's me. I'm Jackie Bam Bam. No, I'm not.
No.
It's all derailed. Let's bring it back on and do the letter.
Yeah. Well, all right.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Now, the Daily Letter.
And the Preston and Steve Show is brought to you today by the letter
T is in totally.
All right, and we will give away 2 festive gift packages from Omaha Steaks, one for you and one as a gift, and the package includes 4 Butcher's cut top sirloins, 4 boneless pork chops, 4 gourmet jumbo franks, 4 caramel apple tartlets, Omaha Steak seasoning, and 4 Omaha Steaks burgers. Visit omahasteaks.com and take advantage of 50% off of site-wide. And use the code WMMR at checkout, and you can get an additional $30 off of your order. Minimum order may be required. So what's up today, man?
He's a great storyteller, though.
There he is.
We'll have workforce blocks of Green Day. George Harrison's birthday is today. We'll get to that. And Incubus and more.
Excellent. I want to thank our sponsors. The Preston and Steve Show is brought to you today by Duncan. The Preston and Steve Show runs on Duncan. Also brought to you by... Anybody else, Casey? This was with the sponsors.
Yeah, because I lost count. We have to do that later. So we're going to play a promo and then do that.
All right. So tomorrow on our program, the antithesis of today, we're wide open. So
there we go.
We'll spend some time chatting and doing things and giving stuff away. It's what we do. That's it. We're done. Rage on. Have yourself a great day, and we'll see you tomorrow, Fred. Bye-bye.
Preston and Steve.
On 93.3 WMMR.
Hey, everybody, it's good to have you on the The MMRE is coming to your neighborhood. Tomorrow
Tomorrow from 4 to 6, Nick from the Preston and Steve Show rocks the grand opening of Planet Fitness in Jamison, PA, with food, games, raffles for free memberships and bundles, and tons of giveaways. Plus, meet Philadelphia Union player Nathan Harriel and their mascot, Fang. It's your last chance to join the new, clean, and spacious Planet Fitness, with tons of equipment, free fitness training, and a friendly staff for just $1 down. Offer expires 11/30. Join Casey Boy from the Preston and Steve.